Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, our typing prompt is, I'm surprised I haven't tried this one before, but never have I ever. So hopefully we get some interesting responses, and I hope you at home will play along as well and use that as your typing prompt this week. So yeah, let's let some people in. There's a bunch of people. So, all right. And of course, I have to make my announcements. So, Type Pals is and always will be free. Please join us at typepals.com. The Type Pals podcast is every Thursday at 5 a.m. There's a new episode. And Type Co-op is partially back up. So, if you go to typecoop.com, you can at least access the calendar. And if you have any typewriter events or know of any typewriter events, please add them to the calendar. So again, that's typecoop.com. Brenda, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's been a long time.
I know.
What have you been up to?
I just got back from Florida for 2 weeks on the beach, and now we're back. We had an earthquake here, I guess, on the day we left to go to Florida, so I missed that. Wow. But just been working on making cards and doing my usual dog stuff and everything else, you know.
Excellent. Anything?
I did get a new typewriter. I got my
yes.
a new Corsair Deluxe, I guess is what it is. So, and see, I had to make a new, it didn't come with the lid for some reason. I don't know what people do with them. They eat them or what. So I made my own out of cardboard. I'm going to be painting it today while we're hanging out. But yeah, I paid $20 for it.
So are you going to match the body, or are you gonna go for a two-tone effect?
Well, I have this color, but it's not really exactly the right color. And then I also have silver. So I thought it would be kind of neat to paint it silver, and then maybe the underneath part do the blue, because then I would know which way is the top and which one's, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it kind of fits in that way. So yeah, I don't really have, I'm kind of just trying to use what I have instead of buying more paint. So I'm going to try the silver, and if I don't like it, if it's too blinding, I can always, you know, I guess go to Michael's and get it the right color. So
yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So, but other than that, I'm just kind of doing my thing, you know.
Yeah.
Brenda, how do you do? I'm Andy. Where do you live?
I'm in High Ridge, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, where do you live?
In the Bay Area, San Francisco area. And anyway, yeah, I just was curious because you just got back from Florida. So I've figured you must be leaving behind. Well, you said earthquake, and I said, is she from here?
We're driving down, and my niece texts us and says, "Are you guys okay? We just heard there was an earthquake in High Ridge." And I'm like, darn it, we're not there. So yeah, so here.
So when you came home, was anything knocked over in your living room, like lamps on the floor or anything like that?
No. We have an in-ground pool, and my husband said, "Oh, I wonder if the pool cracked and all the water went out, and we can get a new pool." But everything seems to be fine. So yeah, no, I didn't notice anything. My neighbor said it was just, he thought it felt like thunder, like really loud thunder, like really bad thunder.
Wow.
So, and then my daughter said it sounded like a meth lab exploded, and I want to know, how do you know what that sounds like?
Right? Exactly. That's an excellent question.
What are you doing over there?
We actually had that happen in a very nearby city here. A meth lab exploded. So
yeah, fun.
It was quite a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're probably not at all used to earthquakes, or do they happen there often, or?
I've never been anywhere with an earthquake. I think we're on that fault line of, I'm not sure the name of it,
Okay.
but yeah. So I think it was only like a 2.8 maybe.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we sleep through those out here. So.
Oh yeah. We don't even notice those.
It doesn't even make the news. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is so good to see you again, Brenda.
I'm glad to be back. I'll try to become more regular.
Oh, excellent. All right. It looks like Christoph is hard at work cleaning, cleaning his little workspace there. How are you, Christoph?
Yes, fine on you.
Good, good.
Yes, it's a good week because a few members helped me to fix the Hermes,
Yes.
and now it's working.
Oh, excellent.
that's great.
I will bring you the machine. Choose on.
Very cool. Yeah, because last week we spent a fair amount of time, trying to help him figure out what was going on, and
It was a carriage issue, right?
yeah, yes, I believe so.
Okay. Yes, because I had a big carriage problem. The carriage went and gone, and without a block. And now it's totally repaired. It was because 2 mm spring behind the content well.
Oh,
A very little spring, and Daniel showed me.
yes.
He showed me a picture. He said, "Hey, the spring must be here on a plate," and the problem was very little spring. But we can see it because it's just behind. It's under the carriage behind the content well, and now it's working. I have just to fix a little problem because when I'm writing, the letters are very close. I think it's just small problem. It's not very dramatic, but now it's fully working. I'm very happy. It's a very beautiful machine.
Nice.
Incredible. And I to fix the problem, I booked another thing. Wait a minute. Up. It was this with the key.
Ah,
It's like mine.
wow. How many Hermes do you have now?
Sorry?
How many Hermes do you have now?
3.
Okay.
This one, V60, and the Hermes 2000.
Oh, okay. Wow, you like practically have the whole set.
Yeah, I think. I remember that I have 3 machines by per brand. I have 3 Underwoods, 3 Olivetti, 3 Olympia, and now 3 Hermes. Yes. I have a margin problem with this on the margin is not coming back very well, but and I have not ribbon.
Oh, okay.
I haven't ribbon for this one.
Brenda has the twin there.
Yeah.
But not with a French keyboard.
No.
No.
This one it's a QWERTY keyboard.
Oh,
it's,
is it?
Oh, it
in
is.
English.
Oh.
Yeah, I found my old Hermes is a AZERTY, but this one is a QWERTY.
Oh, okay.
Mine has the turbo or the techno font on it.
Ah,
I love that.
Pretty.
I do too.
nice.
Yes, this one I have a similar another carriage problem. It's not working very well, but okay, it's good. Up. It's okay. No, very interesting. I think it will be my last machines because I don't have place.
You
I need a new furniture.
You keep saying that, and you keep getting.
And I'm waiting for my cable for the electric. My mother sent me an electric cable for the Olympia electric. I will have it next Tuesday or Wednesday, I think.
Okay. Excellent.
And it's very funny, but there's a little bit differences between the two Hermes. This one gets more plastic, and they are 80% similar in the mechanic.
Oh yeah.
The only difference is between where I had the problem, because behind the content well, on this one I had to repair the spring, but in this one there's no spring. They change the system and then change the mechanism, and it's better in this one.
Interesting.
Huh.
Very interesting. I actually like the look of that one. I think I prefer the curvy look, but I really enjoyed the look of that one though. Definitely.
Well, it's quite like Wall-E, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Excellent. Anything else new with you, Christoph?
No. It's been a very working week with the Hermes.
Yeah.
And thanks to all the people who helped me, because it wasn't very easy to find the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet that was driving you crazy for a while. Yeah.
I have it's like cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you always think it will be simple to repair, but it's not. It's not simple. I have the little brush in the box.
Oh, cool.
nice.
On the two Hermes. On this one and
Very cool.
on the 60.
It's always nice when you can get those included.
And I forget. Now I have to test it to write letters.
Yeah, exactly.
I just have to fix the letter, the problem. It's not repairing, just adjusting some little things, not important, but
Oh, okay.
it works very, very well. Fantastic machine. Very. I'm very happy to have it.
Yeah, I'm so glad for you, Christoph. I'm glad you got it working. So yeah, definitely. Very cool. All right. And Andrew, how are you doing?
Doing well. I was going to show the group that thanks to your input, I drove down to the Monterey area and picked up.
That's nice.
And it was, the guy had it listed as a Remington Torpedo. I showed it to the group and they go, no, that's a Torpedo 18. And it's the 18B. It has the tab on it. I think it's a 1962. I looked at the serial number in the database, and it's got the case. And it's obvious to me, it spent most of its life in the case. It's just so clean.
Very nice.
That is gorgeous.
So yeah, so that was a find. I'm still working on the ribbon. I ordered a silk ribbon. It's got the Elite Imperial, which is like a 12-point, pretty small typeface. And I'm trying to get one that makes a lighter imprint. I got the silk ribbon. It's still really kind of, as Kimberly would say, it's kind of juicy. So I got to figure out what's the right ribbon for that to get just a lighter imprint, but I couldn't be happier. And you know, this is a family heirloom. It belonged to his dad. He used it in college. They were happy that it was going to go to a good home. So now I have to live up to that. So,
Wow.
but you know, Kimberly, she was talking one time about the torpedo, how much she loved it, and you know, so on and so forth. I can get why. You know, it's a segment shift, so it's a really light touch on it. It's got a much more positive feel when you're hitting the keys than the Hermes, in my opinion. It's just more feedback, I guess, from the machine. It's sort of like in between a Hermes and an Olympia to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was a pretty darn good find.
I would agree.
Yeah.
But I think that has to be one of the most beautiful typewriters. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And, you know, because he had it mislabeled, it sat on Craigslist. Well, and he lived kind of out of the area, right?
Okay.
It sat on Craigslist for a couple of weeks. And I almost feel guilty that I negotiated with him about the price.
Oh.
But, you know, why not? And
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
So.
Wow.
So yeah, I've been playing around with that and it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, typewriter heaven here in Mill Valley. What could I say?
Very cool. Very cool. And anything else new with you?
Not too much. Just I want to say that I've enjoyed so much writing letters to people in this group and the responses I've got. So you know who you are. Thank you very much. From Diane, I even got one with, what was the typeface, 17? It almost looked like some Army microfilm or something that an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper onto something that was like, 6 by 6. So you guys keep it interesting and I appreciate it.
Oh. Diane, remind us what typewriter you have that types that small?
SG1.
The Olympia SG1.
Okay.
Big typewriter, tiny typeface.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Oh man. Now, how is it to clean out the type slugs on that?
Oh,
It's kind of like anything else.
Okay. It just seems like it'd be so small. It'd be very.
you have to use a magnifying glass to get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, given that the ink in the type slugs was not as caked in as any of the 100+ year old machines has been, once you get it wet, it's
Okay.
It's no big deal.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Very cool. Let's see. Real quick before we move on, Carlos has a question. He doesn't have his camera on, but he does have a question. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I just had a question about if there was any. I've been using a lot of the daisy wheel typewriters.
Yes.
And if there was any of the Selectrics that were more favorable than the others, from the 1, 2, or 3s.
Interesting. Does anyone have any experience with the Selectrics?
No,
I think the Selectric 3 was had, let's see, Selectric 1 and 2 used 90 characters on a type ball, something like that, and the Selectric 3 had like 120, I think. Is that?
Wow.
There's some difference between the 1, 2, and the 3 type elements, so they have more characters. And then I think the correction, 2 and 3 were correcting machines. I don't know if all the ones were. And the Selectric 1 was the Kirby style body, which I think was officially called the 71, model 71. But that's about all I know about them.
Okay.
Hi, Joe.
Lucas Dowel posted an Instagram picture of a really pretty Series 1 in green, just like today. Selectric.
See, that's the Selectric that I like. Is the one I just like the look of it. The other one looks too much like a beast, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there was also a personal Selectric that came out with a narrower carriage.
Okay.
I think it was based on Selectric 2, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, because I know the Selectric 3, it looks like its carriage is quite wide. I don't know if it's 12-inch or what, but
did they even have a carriage? They were like self-contained, weren't they?
Well,
so it would have been, the body of the whole typewriter would be bigger if your carriage.
It was a carriage in the sense of a roller, a platen roller, feed rollers underneath, fed the paper, but yeah, the carriage didn't move. It was the type element mechanism that moved. But
yeah, definitely. Okay. Well, hopefully that gives Carlos a little bit of insight there. Let's see here. William, it's been a long time. Where have you been?
Been keeping well. No,
that's good. That's good.
Now that COVID is officially over in this part of the world, church has opened up, and my wife and I both have responsibilities at the church, so we take care of those seriously.
Yes.
And as far as what's new in the typewriter world, I did show this on Type and Talk a couple of weeks ago, but I was given this. Ooh. Now it has been hand painted by somebody. You can see the brush marks in the paint.
Oh, okay.
But this will officially become an antique next month. Built in June of 1922.
Wow.
And right now it's in a mess. And there are some legends missing and key rings missing.
Oh yeah.
But what I might just do is, when I have time and inclination, is to actually do a full recondition on this machine.
Nice.
See if I can get some replacement decals, strip it all down, paint it absolutely. If I can find a shop that will do black lacquer, that'd be great. If not, I'll do it black enamel. Replace the decals, replace the legends, the rings, get the platen and rollers recovered by J.G. Short, and that will then be a showpiece. But now, we're looking 2 or 3 years down the road for that one.
Oh yeah. That'll be a lot, but when you get done, it's gonna be so rewarding to get it looking at least somewhat like it should, you know.
Well, my use of terminology is, if a typewriter has been serviced, it's been cleaned and lubricated as necessary. If it's been reconditioned, it's been cleaned and lubricated, and a new ribbon installed, and the upper and lower case adjusted, on feet, on motion. If it's been refurbished, then it's had that done, plus the platen has been recovered. If it's been reconditioned, then it's brought right back to showroom condition. That's the way I use the levels of
servicing.
Yeah.
Now, would you have a different term for something that has clearly been modified, such as the color on that?
Well, for want of a better word, customized.
That I would go with that. Yes, definitely.
And this machine had evidently been customized by a previous owner sometime in the past. As you can see the brush marks where the paint was laid on.
They tried.
And how long ago it was painted, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I guess my first inclination is to say that it falls within the time of the resurgence here, but you never know. You never know. So
It's very possible that this machine got so beat up and scratched that the previous owner repainted it back in the 1960s.
that's true. That's very true. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this last week, I had my hands deep in the bowels of an Imperial 66. I think I might have shown you that one a couple of weeks ago on Type Pals.
Oh, okay.
I may have not. But the story is that the son of a close friend of my wife is getting married today.
Oh.
When he was still in high school, he was in his antique store and happened to see this typewriter and thought it looked cool. So bought it and brought it home, typed a couple of letters on it, and then it got put in the furnace room of his parents' house, and there it stayed for the last 10 years. Well, the whole machine was just gummed up solid. Nothing would move. And it looked to me as though it was covered in kitchen grease, industrial dirt, and cigarette tar.
Oh boy.
Everything was just caked solid. The oil in the escapement mechanism and the return mechanism was all just gum solid. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Imperial 66, but the what they call the type unit, which is your keys, your type bars, and basically the typewriter itself comes out of the main housing.
Oh.
Then the whole platen, and then the whole carriage assembly lifts up, and you can lift the platen out of the carriage. And they were built with the term interchangeability. So if you had several of them in an office, if you wanted to change typeface to do one paragraph in cursive or italic, you just switch out the type unit, slide a new type unit in, do the paragraph in italic, switch back again, away you go. It was almost the precursor to the changer type.
Oh, okay.
Well, not so much changer type, but the single type element typewriters.
Ah, okay. Let's see.
It got that working, got it all going properly, put a purple ribbon in there, and what his thought was, instead of having a guest book, is to have some pre-printed half letter size pieces of paper, so that his guests could wind a piece through and type a message and type a good little message on it.
Yeah. Now, is this, I don't know if you can see it, but is this similar to the one you're talking about?
That's the Beastie.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Now, this one had evidently been spray painted a maroon color. Reasonably well, not great, but reasonably well, long before this fella bought it. There's all the decals were covered over with paint, and so I just left those as is. That's how he bought it. That's how he knew it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And from the Richard Pult site, I downloaded the PDF of the instruction book, printed that off, and bound that into a comb binding system.
Oh,
so
nice.
He could take it with him.
Very cool.
Yeah, so.
Very cool.
You know what else they should do is he should have his envelopes there from all the thank you cards that he's going to send, and have them people address the envelopes to themselves, so he doesn't have to. You know,
that's a good
that
idea.
would save time.
That's a good idea. Definitely. Very cool.
My Julian and my wife managed to break the lower end of the fibula in the left ankle last Thursday. Not this
Why'd she do that? Why'd she want to do that?
She miscounted the way that she says she miscounted the stairs going down to the basement.
Oh.
Thought she was stepping onto the ground, but still had one more step to go. So stepped into thin air, plunk down onto the concrete floor.
Oh, no.
So now she's pushing herself. Now she's pushing herself about in a wheeled walker there and bumping into things and.
Oh boy.
Terrible.
Well, hopefully she gets better soon.
Yeah, so right now her left foot is in an air cast boot.
Oh, okay.
Follow up X-ray tomorrow to see what things are looking like.
Yeah.
And hopefully within a couple of weeks she'll be a little more mobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
All right. And anything else new with you?
Yes. I did receive a postcard. Where am I? There we go.
Awesome. Just the wrong brand.
It doesn't matter what brand it is. It's cool. That was from Teresa in New York City.
Okay. Very cool.
With nice italic type.
Very cool.
On an SM9. Now I don't know how many people remembered reading on the members forum that she had a Smith Corona 5AX typewriter to hand off just for the cost of shipping.
Oh.
And so I did a bit of back and forth and taught Kenny Abbott into taking it. And so just this paragraph from what Teresa said, yes, indeed, you did well in convincing Kenny to go on a blind date with a Smith Corona 5AX.
Excellent. Very cool.
Yeah, so. Okay, so that's about what's new in my world.
Okay.
The shop is getting, I think things are going to go nuts after this weekend because this here is a Victoria Day long weekend and it's usually signaled at the start of gardening and yard care season. People are going to be pulling lawnmowers out and rototillers out and won't start. And well, my rototiller won't start.
Yeah.
Imagine I'm going to be busy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
From now on, probably until August or September.
Okay.
So I can't promise how many letters I'll get written, but
Yeah.
I'll do what I can.
Exactly. That's all we can do.
And as Art Williams said, all you can do is all you can do.
Yes.
All you can do is enough.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah.
We just have to keep doing.
Yep.
At whatever pace, Yeah, very cool.
Well,
and it's so good to see you again, William.
Yep. And it's good to see Brenda again. Hi, Brenda. It's a long time no see.
I know, right?
Yeah. And yeah. And I sure hope Joe Van Cleve has some cool stories for us this week.
Oh, he always does. He
always has a good story.
Excellent.
Okay. Carry on, please.
All right. Diane, how are you doing?
Yeah, I went to unmute myself and the whole picture went off to the right, off to the left, like
Oh.
not because of a cat, all the cats are settled down.
How was the storms last night over there for you?
Last night?
Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Did you get all that storms that I got?
We got some.
I had hail over here. Did you have hail?
No, not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we had some in the morning and then it kind of the rest of the day I think it stayed to the south for the most part.
How close are you to each other? Just 50 to 100 miles or something like that, Brenda to Diane?
What are you in Granite City?
Yeah.
And I'm in High Ridge. I don't know. It's probably
It's probably less than 50.
Less than 50 miles, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, she's just right over the river.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably take me 30 minutes, maybe something like that to get over there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
So
neighbors.
yeah. You would definitely think she would feel more of the same weather effects that you did.
Yeah, because it was like really dark here yesterday. The street light came on. That's how dark it got.
Oh, wow.
Storm, and I thought, I can't even go to the store.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
So-
it was worse than that last week. You know, we had tornado warnings at noon, and it's like the street light came on at noon here. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. And I just went downstairs.
Did you see the news the other night when those people were on 55 on my law
Yeah.
when they were just driving through all the water? And I thought, what is wrong with you people? Why would you drive through that water? Oh, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. So
Yeah, because they're boneheaded.
pretty much.
Yeah. Anyway, so Greg, I'm doing all right. I'm having a little trouble getting around because of my hip, but that will be remedied next month.
Okay.
In the meantime, it's like, ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't plan on moving any SG ones very far, you know, like one desk right to the other if I need to. Right now I'm not planning on doing that.
Yeah.
Those are some heavy beasties. Yeah, I'll just stick to my folding Corona 3.
Very cool. Nice and light.
Oh yeah, that one is folded up and stick it on the shelf back here.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's new is I got a Smith Corona adding machine. It's been here for a couple of weeks, but I finally opened it the other day and pulled it out, and it said LC Smith and Corona Typewriters Inc. on the front of it. So it's like, okay, it's because I have another Smith Corona adding machine. It looks just like a 5 series typewriter. I mean, you set them next to each other and they have the same style, paint, lettering, and it's really cool to see them together. I'm not sure what, I don't know much about this one. It's not that same style, obviously. It looks like, with that title or whatever you want to call it, that stenciling on the front or that decal on the front, that's definitely an older machine. So
Yeah.
So all it's basically been done is out of the box onto the desk in the other room. So
Yeah.
I haven't done more than maybe lift the cover. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like it has the same sort of spool where the typewriter ribbon goes, but I haven't gotten that far yet. So
Okay. Not even a test typing or whatever you would call it on a calculator.
Well, no, actually, I need some paper.
Okay.
I need to put a roll of paper in there. I'm not sure where I've put the paper right now. I mean, I guess I could pull off I have 1 or 2 rolls around here somewhere. I just have to figure out where.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
But, I got my mystery wire sorted out on my Smith Corona.
Oh.
And because it was like poking me, and it's like, seriously? Yeah, he formed it and tucked it where it belonged. It's like, okay, I'm happy now.
Very cool. So it was supposed to be bent and stuck in somewhere.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
It was just straight and sticking out, and it's like, seriously.
Well, that's good.
But yeah, and then on top of that, it had although it would advance the page, the page paper, it had a spring that was off down there, and because I noticed that the ratcheting didn't sound right. I didn't know how else to describe that, but because you know how it sounds and feels when the ratcheting is working right on a typewriter. You do this, click, 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 click. Well, it moved, but it didn't click the right way, for lack of a better description.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. And anything else new with you?
Nope.
Okay. I like your shirt.
Yeah, I figure I'd put it on for today.
Yeah.
I need to get another typewriter shirt.
I know, right? Yeah. I actually have a couple on the way, ones that I designed, so it'll be fun to get those and debut them on here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have an idea for a shirt. I just gotta figure out how to get it done.
Well, if you go to Zazzle.com, it's super, super easy. So yeah. Now, if you want to sell it, it's a little more tricky. But if you're just making it for yourself, they even have like clip art you can use and stuff like that.
Well, I want a specific typewriter on it.
Okay. Yeah. So you'll have to do your own then. Definitely. Yeah. All right. Very cool. Well, if you do get that done, let us know, and we'd love to see it. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Susan, how are you doing?
I'm great, thanks.
Excellent. What's new in your world?
Well, I've just got back from vacation on Thursday, and part of my vacation was taking typewriters to my typewriter magician, and it was very exciting. He's in Glenwood Springs, and he's been in that, he's been doing office machinery and typewriter repair for over 60 years. And so we got there, and he has this workshop where he has his desk where he works on typewriters. And of course, it was filled with machines for other people that he was working on or going to work on. And he said to me, Susan, do you want to go down and look at my basement? Which sounds kind of risque, but we went down in the basement, and never have I seen so many Hermes machines, Olympias of all kinds, IBM Selectrics, just all different kinds of machines, but he specializes in Hermes and Olympias. So it's like they're all over the place. So if you wanted any particular machine or color or typeface, he pretty much has everything.
Wow.
And I said, well, Darwin, the only thing that I'm really missing in the Olympia world is an SM7. And I already have a lot of different typefaces, so I would want a different typeface than what I have. And he said, well, I bet you don't have an SM7 with the script 75, which is the tall script typeface. And I do not. So we left my machines there for him to fix. He was fixing 3. We were going to be gone for 5 days, and he was going to fix go through my SG1 in Williamsworth, he was refurbishing, new platen, new foam insulation, totally cleaned, every possible thing checked out. So the SG1, my Hermes 10, again, new platen, who's going to make sure that everything was all right with it. And my SF Deluxe, which broke my heart because that's usually my travel typewriter. But since we drove, I was able to take a different portable with me, so I was still able to type. And while we were gone, he texted me and he said, Susan, if you were going to have an SM7, would you want a pink one or a turquoise one?
Yes.
So I said, I didn't realize I had a choice. And when we got back, he gave me this.
Wow.
Oh, nice. I'm jealous.
Nice.
So it's a turquoise SM7 with the tall script typeface.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Wow.
So I was so excited. But of course, I like yours too, Brenda.
Yep. Mine's a cursive.
Yeah, this one's cursive. It's got the cursive with the tall. It doesn't have, you can only use the monochrome ribbon on this one because it's the tall typeface.
You mean like the C and the E is really
big? Yes.
Why? Yeah, I have that on my other electric one. Yeah, this is just the regular.
Yeah, I have the regular one, the 69, the number 69 on my SF Deluxe, but this one is the tall typeface. So I was really surprised, but it was really sweet of him to have this ready for me. So, I mean, he's super fast, obviously, at the machines that he knows and loves, because this was not ready. It was down in the basement, you know, and he pulled it out, put a new platen in it, and got it all fixed up.
Wow.
So now I've joined the SM7 club. So there you go.
Hopefully I'm next.
I have them all pretty much now. I mean, I have SM3s, SM9, SM7, the SG1, and the SF Deluxe. I don't know that I need anything else in the world of Olympia. Anyway, I'm past needing. Now it's just what I want, you know.
Exactly. How about the SM4?
I don't have an SM4, but you know why? Because I found 3 different SM3s with 3 different typefaces that I really love. I have an italic, I have a pica, and I have an elite typeface in the SM3. And I do not use the tabulator feature. I just don't use the tabulator. The only thing I ever do is set a paragraph. So for me, the SM4 is the only difference is that tabulator from the keyboard. So
well, the SM3 has the tab sets on the back rail anyway.
Right, but I don't. The SM4 has it on the keyboard.
Yeah,
and that's really the only difference, right, William? I mean, there's no. Yeah.
What gets interesting is when you are given an SM4 that has had the platen installed from an SM7 on it.
Oh.
And it doesn't fit right, and so you're trying to figure out what the heck's going on here.
Oh, wow.
Because the platen of the SM7 is about 6 millimeters shorter than the platen of the SM4. And so the screws don't line up.
Oh, no.
It took a little while to figure out exactly what happened, but I got this sorted out. And as far as tabulators go, I usually only set 3 tabs on the typewriter anyway: the paragraph indent, the page number, and the return address start point.
Yeah, I only really do the paragraph. That's the only thing that I really do. But, you know, it's amazing the difference that a new platen makes.
It is.
I loved my SG1 before. I love it even more now than ever. It is just so smooth and so fabulous to write on. And the Hermes 10, you know, I give it a lot of use. I had a lot of letters waiting for me when I got back. So I'm going to be writing a lot of letters in the next couple of days. So probably I'll be using the Hermes 10 because I can just type so fast. You know, it is amazing. So
now the Hermes 10 is electric, it is?
It is. It's a type bar electric.
Yeah.
Mine is cursive. It was my very first Hermes machine when I thought I would never have another one. And I got it for $60, and it came with the hard case, the dust cover, the owner's manual, and a cleaning kit.
Oh my!
For $60, and it worked straight up out of the thing. I mean, obviously, I cleaned it a little bit, but you know, I'm not into repair. And it's cursive, so it was my first cursive machine. It was my first Hermes. Yeah. And it does great with postcards. Obviously, like most electric machines, it does great with postcards or thicker paper. So I love that machine.
What is the standard indent that people do for a paragraph? Is that like 5 spaces?
I think that's the standard, but I actually do 3 myself.
You do 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just curious.
I've had some pen pals that they seriously do like half the page for an indent. It's like, wow.
Well, if you look at an Olivetti machine, if you press the margin release key and return the carriage at the same point, it'll go to 5 spaces
automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my Olivetti's do that. My Studio 44 does that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Even on the Valentine,
that makes sense. Same
That will
basic
have-
mechanism.
it will do it on that one too. Because I've tried it and I couldn't get it to do it. Must be me.
Oh. Hmm.
And yeah, 5 seems to be the norm. I mean, if you read some of the old typing books, letter presentation books, they always say 5 is a standard. You can go more, you can go less, depending on personality, depending on to whom you're writing.
Mhm.
I haven't done it at all, so mea culpa on that one.
And
I use
And-
a different size for different paper. So like a normal standard sheet, I'll use 5. But since I normally type on 8.5, half of that sheet, I use 3.
half letter, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
And if you leave a 1-line space between paragraphs, you don't need to indent at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of what I do, but indentation looks nice now that I'm thinking about it,
Well, my theory with doing 3 is just, maximizing the amount of text you can fit. So if you do 5, you're going to force some words onto the next line. If you do the space between paragraphs, then you're kind of missing a whole line. So I'm trying to maximize, because I do usually use like a 6x9 paper for letter writing.
Yeah, me too.
So,
me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So my whole idea is just to maximize the text. I'll even do like 1/2-inch margins. Although it's kind of hard to do that on the top and bottom. In fact, the bottom actually is almost easier, but the top, it can be tricky getting it under the rollers. So
as far, am I muted?
No.
As far as maximizing text on page, I go more by total envelope weight. And like 6x9 chance that you can fit 6 pages into an envelope and still be under 1 ounce.
Okay.
Is that me or someone else?
I don't know.
Okay. And so if I fill a page, well, I'll just put another page in.
Is there a standard, since you mentioned it, now I'm doing these survey questions, right? But is there a standard for where you put, you say for the return address and for the page number? Or have you just sort of look at the paper and decide, depending on what size paper you're using?
What I do for page numbering, excuse me. Anybody who has received a letter from me will see that page 2, 3, and 4, the number is positioned at the top of the page, centralized, just like in a book. And so what I do is to count the total number of characters across the page, divide by 2, then -1. Set the tab for that. So that when you hit the tab, it stops one space short of the center. So if you dash page number, the page number goes central, then dash return, then start typing the next page.
Oh, nice. I gotta look at your lettering to see how you do it.
There were standard ways of formatting letters
Yes.
in the days. If you look at the old typing instruction manuals, they usually had a formal way of addressing a business letter, with the address of the recipient and then the main body, and I think your return address on the upper right or something like that.
But personal correspondence, of course, is different. Somebody shared a letter that was written by Princess Grace, like in the 1960s. And it was a single paragraph and the indentation was wacky. But when you finally looked at the whole page, it was a small page, it looked pretty centered. I don't know how else to describe it. So,
yeah,
I mean,
I like to look at old typings from, early in the 20th century. You'll notice indentation, like big indentations,
Yes.
and if you give yourself a lot of margin, it looks nice. It's sort of like the way a photograph works when it's matted in a frame with a mat, right?
Yeah.
It kind of sets it off,
Yeah.
Definitely.
Now, if I could ever figure out how to know when I'm at the bottom of the page, I would really be making progress. But, I don't want to bite off more than I can chew.
One of the easy ways to do it is to put a little pencil mark on the edge of the paper before you thread it in. And then when it comes up, you can just look for it, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've noticed one interesting thing on the Hermes, actually. And I think it might be true, possibly on all of them. Like when you're reaching the end of the line and you look just below the platen, there's like a little cutout that allows you to see
yes,
potentially the end of the page coming. And I just thought that is ingenious. So of course then I use 6x9s, and so the paper doesn't reach over there, but it's still a great idea.
A lot of platens have the
great
ruler.
idea.
There's a scale on a lot of platens that you use, and you can once you crack the code on that, you can use that, but that's for certain lengths.
Exactly. Yeah.
Some do, some don't. Right?
Yeah.
I think I've shown the system that I use on my backing paper. I draw a black line 1 inch from the bottom and a red line 1.5 inches from the bottom. So when I see the red line showing through, then I know I have half an inch left to type until I hit the 1 inch bottom margin.
Yeah. So sometimes I type on thicker paper, so I don't know how well that would show through.
When you're typing on color paper, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So
there's another nice handy end of line or end of paper indicator system, which is when the line you're typing starts to go crooked. That's the end of line indicator.
Oh, well, that's my typical guideline.
And that has happened to me.
Joe, did you see my one of my latest blog posts? That happened on my blog post.
I did.
The paper.
And there's also the SG1 has that plastic paper support that has the numbers that you put it up to the number of the length of your paper.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a 6x9, you put it on the number 9.
Yeah.
And then when your paper rolls up to that, you're on the last line.
Yeah. I think those are often missing on that typewriter, aren't they?
Yes.
They are often broken, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mine, of course, came with it. I was lucky, but they're hard to find, the paper supports.
Yeah.
Sometimes the paper support is worth as much as $50 or $60 on just the paper support alone, because you just can't find them.
Exactly.
I just wonder how, for want of a better word, 3D printable a paper support would be. Is there any company that makes clear 3D printing material?
Well, it's filament printed, right? It uses filament and it's heated, so it's not going to look clear. It's not going to look injection molded.
Yeah.
But you could maybe laser cut it from clear acrylic if it can be flat. If there's not any parts that are curved, you could maybe just a flat thing, but it's tricky.
Because if you look at shapeways.com, they have like 8 different types of 3D printing. From your one is where a layer of nylon powder is laid down and then infused with laser. Another layer is and infused. I've also seen 3D printing being printed in not sure how it works, almost like a solution where it
resin printing. That's resin printing.
Possibly that.
Yeah, it uses ultraviolet light to harden the resin.
Yeah. And so if a person could do that with a clear resin, something like that.
Yeah.
When you're talking home 3D printers, yes, you're talking about the melted filament.
Yeah.
When you're talking commercial 3D printers, then a lot more options open up for you.
Oh, Brenda finished her custom job. Let's take a look.
It's not. I think I gotta paint it some more, but I think I probably even have to sand it a little bit because it's kind of yucky looking.
Oh,
and then the back side.
It looks fine from our end.
See, I mean, I guess that color would be okay. I mean, it's a little bit off, but I think I'll just take the silver.
You made a lid.
I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you like the
That's
Corsair?
Yeah, I do. I really like the feel of it. I only bought it because it's $20, and when I got home, I was like, well, this is really nice. So I do. I like it.
The best reason.
Huh?
That's the best reason.
Exactly.
And so that machine, is that a Calypso? Cougar?
A
Corsair?
Corsair Deluxe.
Corsair Deluxe, okay.
Those are nice looking little machines, actually.
They're cute. It's really cute.
Yeah.
Those machines were built by Smith Corner to compete with the Japanese imports in the late 60s and early 70s. And anybody who was a typewriter technician says that those were little devils to work on. They so easily went out of tune, out of adjustment.
Now, don't jinx me.
Yeah.
I think if I had one of those, I'd paint it a navy blue, like the aircraft, the World War II aircraft, and then put a roundel on it. The star, red, white, star. I'm getting some ideas here. Thanks for sharing that.
He's gonna go looking for a Corsair now.
Uh-oh.
Excellent. All right, Susan, was there anything else new with you?
No, that's about it. I'm now a month away from my type in. So I've been posting on the typewriter ATC page and the typewriter Inc. page for people to be sure they've marked their calendars. So be gearing up for that. I'm very excited.
Excellent.
That's about it.
Okay. I'm excited for you because well, I mean, I've technically been to type-ins, but they've been very, very, very small. So basically just like 3 people, and we were down in a basement. It was myself, Bob Marshall, and his son. So it was a ton of fun. Yeah. So
yeah, up till now I've only been at a type-in with one other person. I have someone in my neighborhood who lives about 3 miles from me that also collects typewriters. And so during the pandemic, when we were able to wear masks, and he invited me to his house, and he had set up typewriters all around with paper for me to try them out, which was really sweet, so that I could see which ones I really liked, which is what sent me on the Olympia kick. Was trying out his, and then before I knew it, I now have all these Olympia machines, and I love them.
Yeah,
it was very nice. It was a lot of fun, and being able to talk to other people that enjoy the same things that you do is just like coming here every Sunday is super nice.
Yeah.
Realizing you're not the only crazy person in the world.
Definitely not. There's a lot of us.
We're not crazy.
I know.
We're interesting.
Yes, we're interesting.
Yes, we are, Nate. Very interesting.
More so than others. Speaking of interesting, Joe, how are you?
Oh, I am pretty good. How about yourself?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Hi, Joe.
everybody. So I haven't listened to your cassette tape yet.
Oh,
Gregory,
okay.
but I'm going to this week.
Excellent.
But micro cassette tape, looking forward to it. And I have my Underwood portable here. My little background thing is weird. It's been sitting here on my desk with a sheet of paper that's half typed from last week. So I just put a little red dash lines and continued whatever I was writing, just to random junk, but let's see. So I woke up this morning to the sound of a chainsaw in the neighborhood, and that was because a tree went down in one of the neighbors' yards because we had some really bad wind last night. When I was driving home from work yesterday evening, I round the hill from Rio Rancho that goes down into Albuquerque, and you can see the entire Albuquerque and Rio Grande Valley, and I could see this wall of wind coming in from the southwest, and it blew all last night, really bad.
Yeah, that's how it was here.
Yeah, it took down a neighbor's tree, and so, but we fared okay. We just lost a few little branches, but anyways, that's springtime. Anyways, so let's see. I
How many
was
trees out there, are there?
well, in Albuquerque itself, you have everybody's yards with trees. So there's probably more trees in Northeast Albuquerque now than 100 years ago, before the city was built up, because you have everybody's landscaping that's here, right?
Well, you don't want to lose them to wind, that's for sure.
No, but anyways, I'm going to show you. I built a little abacus from
Cool.
last week. I had some spare craft beads, these little clear plastic. These are 12 millimeter beads, and they have a small hole in them, so I had to use a 1/16 inch brass rods. But it works pretty well, and I have the beads elevated so that you can hit them easier. I drilled the holes for the rods up near the top of the frame a little bit better. Anyway, just a little thing I was doing. Let's see. I was practicing. Yeah, I was practicing with the glass pen that Gregory gave me in his gift box last week, and using both India ink and some fountain pen ink, and writes pretty well for a glass pen. I think my first glass pen was one that I found in Japan years ago, and it wrote surprisingly well because it was a thinner style tip, but yeah, they're pretty good. And then let's see what else. Nothing really going on. Oh yeah, I want to try out this scanner wand that Gregory gave me. That's going to be fun to do. I'll probably do that today.
Excellent.
Yep. And I think other than that, nothing really going on.
Okay.
Is that scanner for time travel?
Yes, it is for time travel. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Of course, I knew you were going to ask that, but so I think I'm going to try it on long strips of like thermal paper. Like when you type, I have a few in my archive notebook that are, just when you type at the thermal typewriter and you get 3 feet of typings, right? And it would be fun to see if I can actually scan that into some recognizable thing,
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
I don't remember offhand, but I want to say it does up to a very long paper. I don't remember what the exact measurements were, but it should work well.
It says at 300 dots per inch, it'll do up to 50 inches, and at 600, it will do 25 inches. So
okay,
that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So the whole question is whether it'll make it straight. Like if you have a little bit of crookedness as you're going, or if you vary the speed of it, will it adjust for that? Or, Yeah. Because I was using my iPhone camera for a while. There is a panorama mode on the iPhone cameras where you hold up the camera and you kind of scan it like that. And I was actually doing it linearly instead of rotating. I was just going in a line, and you could make a scan of a long piece of typing with it, but you had to be very consistent with your movement. Yeah. And you almost needed to mount the camera on a little slider rail to roll it, like put it on a rolling track of some kind, so it stays exactly precisely pointed right as you scan it along.
Maybe that's what those dowels were for. That
yeah, I know. I haven't figured that out yet. I actually there is an ancient form of encryption that it was called a citily, and you use a strip of paper and you wrap it around the dowel, and you write crosswise to it, and it's just a simple transposition cipher. But you could do that. You could also drum, but I'm not a drummer, so it's hard to say what you could do. So why did you include these dowels in here, Gregory? I've been meaning to ask you.
So I was using a flat rate priority mailbox. So basically, whatever I could cram in there, I was going to cram in there. And I bought this pack of dowels to potentially turn into pen handles, and there were far more than I needed. So I was like, I'll just grab a couple of these and stick them in there for Joe, and he's always making things with scraps of wood, so
yeah, that's good.
Have some dowels on hand.
So do you have a lathe? Do you turn pins on a lathe?
No, I'm trying to do it just like a rough carving
Oh, okay.
I bought a little, I forget what you call it. It's a very small one where you just run it back and forth and it shaves off a little at a time. But
like a plane almost. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's going to take forever. So, and I've tried sanding, but that's very labor intensive as well. So.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, you know, I might try. I don't really have I have a little small. It's a micro-sized lathe that I got at Harbor Freight Tools a few years, and it's pretty chintzy. It's not really very good, but I might try putting a piece of this in a lathe and trying to see if I can cut the biconic shaped abacus beads. You know, like the ones that are like this, right? The little biconic shape. It would be kind of fun to do, but I think you need some kind of like really dense hardwood, you know, for the grain to be real fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be kind of fun to play with. But yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with a round dowel, you know. If you get, you know, it's like one of those things, if you're a kid growing up in kind of you know, lower economic scale of things, you learn to play with, like, if you have a dirt yard and all you have is rocks and mud and sticks, a young boy can have a fun time with rocks, sticks, and mud. you know? So
definitely.
Anyways, yeah. So I look forward to playing with this scanner and seeing what happens with it.
Yeah,
definitely.
Very cool.
Yeah. Anyways, it's good seeing you guys.
So the big question is, who shrunk Joe Van Cleve?
Oh yes, that's right. I have either that or it's a massive new typewriter. And by the way, it looks like a backwards typewriter. I'm not sure how that worked, or at least to me it looks backwards. Maybe it looks normal to you.
Yeah,
it does.
Anyways, okay, yeah. So it's a massive typewriter. This is my new typewriter that I got. This is the one that who was that famous dancer that danced on the typewriter set? Who was it?
Fred Astaire.
Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers or something.
Oh,
yeah, that's what that must be, right? Back there. Yeah.
So you're training then?
Yeah, I'm training to be a dancer. That's right. Yeah, that'll never happen actually.
Post-retirement project.
Yeah, yeah, right.
It's a new workout routine, right?
Oh God, I need something. That's for sure.
Jazzercise.
I think just being able to get up and walk more is going to be what I'm going to be working on.
Now, Joe, you used to do a lot of these vlogs, or this is not a vlog where you would go out walking.
Yeah, I haven't done as much of that. I think it was because of COVID. I think I just, stayed home, and now I haven't really gotten back into it. But I need to do more of that. You're right.
I enjoy those. So.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Nice.
Very cool.
Oh, I was going to tell you one more thing. I did get I really enjoy the Jinhao fountain pen that you gave me, right?
Cool.
The little silver one. It has a really nice nib, and it posts really nice onto the pen body. And I know it's hard for you guys to see it, but there you go.
I've seen good reviews of those, that company's pen.
Nice one.
Yeah. I have another Jinhao that's the sort of clear bluish colored body that it's not quite as nice of a nib. This is a really nice writer. So maybe they've improved their pens, or it may. My friend Ethan was reminding me that I was mixing fountain pen inks. I was mixing copper colored with a little bit of blue black. And sometimes when you do that, if the pHs of the two inks aren't nearly the same, you'll get kind of a reaction where it produces some kind of sediment in the ink that'll clog your nib.
Yeah.
So that's probably something that I need to watch, is not combine my inks as much as I do.
Yeah.
I got a couple of Jinhaos, and they all write pretty good. No problems with it.
They do. Yes, they do. I'm surprised. They're very inexpensive.
Yeah.
So. Yep.
So, especially if you buy them from AliExpress.
Yes.
That's where that came from, actually.
This is kind of how a lot of these, like, they're the similar thing with watches, because there are companies in China that they'll make knockoff watches, or even I know there is a company making a really heavy metal dive watch that has an actual Japanese movement of some kind, a good movement in it, right? And you can sort of buy a whole batch of these watches with your logo or your insignia on it, and then you sell them online. So if you see these watch advertisements like on Facebook or whatever that pop up, that's usually what's happening is people are just buying a whole batch, like a couple thousand of these watches with their own logo on it, and they're creating their own watch brand and then selling them online.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you could probably do the same thing with fountain pens. You could have, the Type Club Live fountain pen,
coming soon.
coming soon to a Type Club near you. Yeah.
Do it with typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we could get them to make good typewriters, that's the problem. They won't do that.
We could just rebrand We Are Memory Keepers.
Oh, that's right.
It might give us a bad name though.
Yeah, we'll have to call it We Can't Remember.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I knew there was something bad about this typewriter, but I can't remember what it was.
Must be good.
Excellent.
You know what would be interesting is to get one of those typewriters and to see if you could actually make it good. Like there are certain things you can't really change. Like if the grade of metal used in the type bars is really soft, but like if you could at least adjust the alignment so where it typed well.
I think it's supposed to look that way on purpose. I actually bought one of those things, but I never took it out of the box. I returned it because I thought this is ridiculous. Who spends $199 on this piece of crap? And I took it back, but I believe it's supposed to be all janky like that for the scrapbooking.
Okay.
Supposed to look crooked.
It's supposed to be that way.
Artistically janky.
Yeah.
That's the typeface. It's called janky.
Janky.
That'll be the brand of our typewriter.
Oh.
Janky.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
And then the new portable janky-ette,
Yeah.
Right. Mini janky.
the mini janky.
Now, one thing that those memory keepers typewriters are really good for is if you can find a used one online that somebody's just selling because they don't like it, you can take the platen off it and put it straight onto your Olympia B12 that's got a rock hard platen, and you've got basically got a brand new platen for next to nothing.
Interesting.
That's what I did on my B12. Well, I got the B12 for next to nothing because it was locked up solid. And so I took it to pieces, cleaned it, and then I had the chance to buy one of those memory keepers. Took it to pieces and I thought, holy smokes, these two machines look almost identical. So that's when I figured out that the memory keeper's typewriter is just a Chinese knockoff of the Nakajima, which was made for Olympia.
Oh, okay.
So I thought, I wonder if the platen would just switch out. Sure enough, they did.
It's too bad they don't, since they have the tooling, it's too bad they don't decide to make a higher quality version and charge more.
Yeah.
So I wonder if a person can just buy platens from there for your old Nakajima typewriters.
Huh.
Option.
Yeah.
Buy them out.
There you go.
Well, maybe on AliExpress you could find them, or who knows. Or contact the manufacturer in China and see if they're willing to sell you a batch of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch.
Yep.
That way you can stuff your boxes if you have extra space.
That's right. Then you can start your own platen company just for one specific kind of platen, of course.
Janky Platen Company.
The Janky Platen Company, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I'd have the model that would be called older than dirt janky.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, hey, Gregory, while I'm online here, I wanted to ask you about these antibacterial pens that you sent me. I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, so I've actually placed several orders with a website called pensavings.com. And I've bought like a number of fountain pens through them, and in particular Monteverde. Apparently they have tons of Monteverde pens in stock that are essentially on clearance, and I love Monteverde, so I get most of my Monteverde pens through there. So I had placed bigger than usual order. And I think they just threw that in there just as a thank you, I guess. There was no note or anything about it. I was like, oh, free pens.
Lucky you.
So it says that it's molded in ABS plastic with an antibacterial additive. So I guess, you know, if you were a retailer and you had a pen for the public to use up on the counter, this might be a good solution, right? So people don't spread their hand germs as much from pen to pen or person to person via the pen. You know.
Are those fountain pens?
No, these are just clicker ballpoints, medium point ballpoint.
Oh, okay, thanks.
And it's a Monteverde, but it's a ballpoint. So haven't really looked at it much, but it says made in Italy though, packaged in the US.
Okay. I really have to wonder, like, I mean, how effective can it be, you know?
It says the eye protect characteristics render it a promotional product also suitable for the medical and pharmaceutical fields, as in your child's hands in school, which is sounds like some kind of pidgin English.
Yeah.
Mistranslation or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, I'm going to try these, but I guess the right way to do it you'd have to get one of those ultraviolet black lights, and you remember the test where you test for how well you wash your hands in school, and they use. I would have to see. I don't know how you would test it for bacteria, but it would be kind of fun to do.
I got some of those black lights.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, that would be fun. Anyways, well, thanks for all the goodies, Gregory. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and of course you realize most of that was just thrown in there.
I understand. Yeah, that's what makes it so fun.
Watch it. He might put a cat in the box next time.
Oh, you never know. I might get a new pet. Oh, the paper also. I haven't tried the paper, but it looks really good, and it looks like Southworth maybe or something like that. There's several different kinds in here.
I think those are ones that came from actually the new paper company I've been trying, and I don't even remember their name anymore.
It's transparent paper.
Yeah. I used to get my paper from paperandmore.com, but the pandemic killed them, so they're gone. So I was looking at this other company, but I ordered some samples, and it you have to pay for the samples, and it's not exactly cheap. And they arrived all dinged up, and I was upset. And so I contacted them about it, and they didn't say anything about it and didn't offer anything. So I'm back on the search for another paper company. So yeah.
Too bad. Well,
yeah. I get most of my paper from work. It fell off the truck.
That's funny. Is it Southwark?
I just copy paper.
Oh, copy paper. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, I've been really enjoying the newsprint paper that I've been cutting down from the large size art tablets. That's been pretty good paper, actually. It works surprisingly well in a lot of my different machines. And so anyways, I don't know if you can see that, but probably not. My settings, you can't see it.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Yeah, so it works surprisingly well on a lot of different machines. So I kind of wonder if some of the old typing paper, the thinner style typing paper, wasn't a variation on newsprint that was just a little bit lighter in color.
Yeah.
Bleached a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, how different is typing paper from writing paper?
Well, they're kind of engineered to take the kind of media that they're designed for. Like, so newsprint paper is designed to take printing ink from a printing press, right? And you would think that it would be very similar to a typewriter in the sense of a mechanical impression, although newsprint ink is oil-based and typewriter ink, I think, is glycerin-based, if I'm not mistaken. But in the case of like inkjet paper, the surface tension of the coating, of the sizing on top of the paper, is sort of engineered for the kind of ink it's taking, right? So like laser paper has a different finish from inkjet paper because laser is using toner that gets attracted electrostatically to the paper, then fused with heat into the fibers, whereas inkjet is spraying ink droplets onto it. So they're a little different than typewriter ink, I think, in the sense of the kind of liquid and the surface properties of the liquid relative to the paper.
Of course.
You know,
and also the old writing paper that was designed for use in fountain pen ink. The purpose of that is so you could write with fountain pen ink and the ink would literally sit up on top of the paper until it dried. If you have paper that was too absorbent, the ink would then soak in, it feather and bleed.
I think what Tomoe River does, doesn't it sit on top?
Yeah,
I think so.
And also some of the French papers, right? Because I think the French still use fountain pens in school, in their primary schools a lot. So that's why a lot of the French papers are so good for fountain pens. And also I find they work pretty good for typewriters.
Yeah.
There's a brand I use. I make my journals and I use fountain pens on my daily planner sheets and stuff. So I have to find the right paper. And I found it's a modern brand. I just get it from Office Depot or somewhere. I get a ream. It works fairly well though, because when I use copy paper, it would feather and bleed through, and then you can't use the backside when you flip it over. I wish I could remember what brand it was, but it went over to Office Depot and had them sample a couple of them with my fountain pen and found the one, and that's the one I've been buying.
Well, I think the copy paper I use is pretty good for writing with fountain pens. I use it all the time with several different ones. So it's just one or two pens that don't write good on it.
Yeah, thicker, the bigger nibs, you mean?
They write good. It's just a Conklin brand that doesn't write good.
I do know that the HP Premium 32 pound works beautifully with fountain pens. So I do recommend that one.
Yeah, I think that's what my journal book is made from. This is the handmade book that was made from 32-pound laser paper, and I think it's the HP laser paper.
Yeah,
works pretty well. So there was a paper that Staples was selling a few years ago that was recycled sugarcane pulp paper.
Ah, yes.
And it's called Bagasse, was the type of paper, and they sold it in notebook kind of paper, right? It was lined paper, but it was kind of like thinner than normal paper, but kind of real crisp feeling. And it took fountain pen really well, and works good with typewriters also, but it's hard to find all the time at the stores. I don't know if they still make it, but if you can find sugarcane pulp paper, it seems like it's pretty good.
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I found this stuff at the Hobby Lobby.
Oh
If
yeah.
you can see it. It's what?
Strathmore
80
writing
pounds?
paper.
Yeah, and it's lined. I haven't used it yet, but I got it on clearance, so I grabbed. They had like 2 of them.
I did try that with fountain pens, and it's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, I was thinking more for typing on it.
Oh yeah, it'd be great for that.
So I'm thinking it'll be okay.
Oh yeah.
Strathmore makes the watercolor paper that I use. So I'm sure they're into that end of paper making.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, and then if you have a paper that doesn't take, or if you have a kind of paper that doesn't work as well for typewriters, use an electric typewriter, because they hit the type bars hit really hard, right? So it might work good for electrics.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Anything else new with you, Joe?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Good seeing everybody.
Good seeing you too.
Good seeing you.
And let's see. Roger, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Writing a letter by fountain pen. I got 2 letters waiting to type, and 11 more with fountain pens. So still lots to do.
Oh yeah.
I did find the guy I was looking for on the Typel's website.
Oh,
But I
good.
didn't
good.
use your method or another. I just refreshed the page until I got him in how we say it.
Featured.
Featured. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So that's good, and that's about it for typewriters this week.
Okay. Okay.
So not much.
So you didn't have to go through all. I think we're over 180 members now.
Nope.
That's
just
good.
refresh about 20, 30, 40 times. But it was a lot faster.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm glad we have that feature. So
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Meanwhile, Gregory is getting excited about the web traffic being up.
Yes. Yes.
Wow, this is great.
We had 100 views just today.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
A little while ago, we were talking about paper, and so back in the 1980s, I used to get this paper from a local supplier, Shoppers Drug Mart, and it was really nice paper for fountain pens. That's what I used to write to my girlfriend in, who then became my wife.
Your ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. And the most recent paper I bought was this, a Southworth parchment.
I think that's the one I use.
Yeah, haven't tried that yet.
Yeah.
And if I'm feeling in a goofy mood, I mean more goofy than normal, I'll use this.
Is that Australian?
No.
You would think it would be.
Comes in yellow, green, pink, and white, all different colors.
Okay.
And so just pull off the pages.
Is it 8 by 11?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. And so just start typing and cycle through the page and see how many colors go through.
Yeah.
And then this here is basically a newsprint, but it's 9 by 12, so it's a little larger than the average letter paper. And yeah, just plain newsprint.
Oh, okay.
And then some of the papers that I've had for a long time, which you can no longer get, but you still hear people talk about them, is the Elko.
Ah.
Real nice ML paper. Takes fountain pens nicely, goes nicely through a typewriter, crashes in a printer of any sort because it's so light.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried running newsprint through my laser printer and it did not work.
No. Sometimes newsprint will go through an inkjet printer if it's the old style that you put the paper in the back tray and it feeds through to the front.
Yeah.
If it's the one that pulls it from the bottom tray and feeds it through, it'll pile up every time. That's fine paper. This is parchment paper. Yeah.
I just got some of this recently, and I'm giving it a shot on a letter to Bill. Actually, it's
excellent.
It's page 2. Page 1 is some funky stuff I bought off of eBay, and tried it with my double Gothic, and maybe I should send you the backing sheet that looks like a piano. It looks like a
piano.
A player piano with its
Perfect.
dents from the old platen. That poor SG1 needs its platen done.
Yeah, especially with a great typeface like double Gothic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the elite double Gothic as opposed to the bigger one that's on the Underwood.
Yeah. Excellent. And Roger, was there anything else new with you?
Not really. Not that I can think of right now. I should write it down what happens during the week, so I can say it on Sunday. Sunday, right?
Yes.
So,
yes. Excellent.
Well, the good thing is next week is a short work week, so got 2 days off.
Very nice.
For us up in Canada, this week is a short work week because this is the Victoria Day weekend.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we get all Saints or something like that.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, enjoy, and we'll definitely see you next week.
I hope so. You never know.
Exactly. All right. And Rich, how are you?
Oh, yeah. Doing good, thanks.
Excellent.
This is the kind of paper that I found. I don't know if you can read that. Camera's not so good. But yeah, and I use it to make these. So these pages are, and I use different kinds of fountain pens. It'll handle thick ones, so it still doesn't bleed. That's I've been using that for a couple of years. This one is this fountain pen I found about a month ago or so. It's a Pan Am fountain pen, a 51. The thing is, a Pan Am is there, it's etched in, but the white's mostly gone. So I got to figure out a way to get the white back in there. Interesting pen. But I've been using it ever since I got it. I think I've only filled it up once, so it must be getting close to running out. I use it all day, every day. It's a fine point.
Yeah.
Works
well. I know in crafting they have like a wax that you can rub on engraved things and then wipe away the excess, and it fills it in basically.
I've seen that with dice, and I haven't gone to explore it any further, but I don't plan on painting it with a brush. I was thinking more something like that, but I didn't know crafting had that. I guess I can go to Michael's or something. And
yeah.
Do you have any white Crayola crayons? I'm serious. I did that for my motorcycle ignition had worn away the colored print, but the engraved portion was still there. And so rubbing the Crayola in and wiping away the excess, it stayed until I sold the motorcycle off.
Wow.
It's like
that's cool.
I'd read about it from someone else online, so I was surprised how well it worked.
Wow.
I think that's the same principle as the other stuff that Gregory was talking about.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a wax.
Just
it fills in and then you wipe off the tops. It's
yeah.
But I'm sorry, I don't have crayons.
Oh, well, never mind.
Gun shops also sell what's called a lacquer stick.
Oh,
it works on the same process.
Okay.
It seems like whiteout would work really well too. I mean, you'd have to wipe the excess whiteout off quick, but it'll stay there.
Yeah.
We used to use it inside jet engines to mark parts in the hot section, which gets up to like 900 degrees in there. It gets hotter than that, but I'm talking about the metal gets that hot. So it bakes on like porcelain.
Oh, that's wow. Okay. I don't know if I want to risk that on my pen. I guess I could.
It is a Pan Am.
You could try it on another pen.
It is a Pan Am.
You could try it on another pen first and just, or be very, could use a little tiny brush maybe. I don't know, but I'd wipe it off quick, that's for sure.
Jeez. Yeah. Well, this is my other thing. Was
oh
boy,
that's close to mine. I had one similar.
It's pretty cool. Yeah,
with the right hand return.
He said it worked, but when I went to try it out, it didn't. It was completely frozen, and it was about a 2-hour drive. But I played with the escapement a little bit, and it's been working ever since. So
that's not a portable. That's not a portable. You're not supposed to be lifting that.
I exercise. That's what you do when you're 60 something. Yeah, but it works good. I have to clean it out. There's some gunk inside it, but I'll do that. I saw it. I wasn't actually looking for a typewriter, but it found me. It's like $75, and it looked good. So
Yeah, those are good machines.
Good and heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it.
Well, but they're good typers too.
Oh,
Yeah, I like it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's my 6th standard.
Wow.
So yeah, I like them. I think that one is an American. The Triumph is German. I've got another LC Smith, so that's American. I've got a Polish standard. I forget the
You
brand.
can give that one to me. Because I'm Polish. I need that.
Oh, there you go.
It's a European keyboard too, so you'd have to learn to speak Polish if you don't already.
Well, I have the dictionary. I have the Polish dictionary, so I'll be okay.
That'll work. But and it pretty much works. Kind of quirky, but it still works. It was made in oh man, how do they say Fabrika Karbinov or something like that? It's a rifle factory, and so it's pretty old. And then I've got another one that's I think it's another one that's German. I forget which one. Anyway, I've got about 6 of those now, and I like the uprights. They just don't fit very well in my backpack or briefcase. But that's all the news that I've got.
Okay.
Side of the world.
Excellent. Well, it's so good seeing you, Rich.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Robert, how are you doing?
Well, hello, good evening, because no, it's the morning with you here, it's the evening.
Yes.
Well, I'm doing quite fine, and I have prepared and made me some notes what to talk about. Otherwise, I will forget it. First, we were talking about, I don't know, about the difference between the SM7 and the SM9, because I got the SM9 and I'm interested in the SM7, but if the SM7 is just as good as the SM9, I won't need it. Can anyone tell me the advantage or the difference in the SM9 compared to the SM7? Because we were just talking about it.
Well, for me, definitely the looks. The SM7 is a beautiful, beautiful typewriter. So
yeah,
I haven't used it. I've used the SM9, but I haven't used an SM7, so I can't.
I know the SM9 is segment shifted, and the SM7 is still carriage shifted, I think.
That's the big one.
As far as but in typing, I think they might be similar. Or
I would think they would be, but I don't know.
Does anybody remember the name of the book that's written about the SM9? That's just like it's a perfect typewriter. Who wrote that? I forget. I have it in there if I go look. But there's a whole book written on. A lot of people probably got the SM9 for that reason, but this guy considers it the perfect typewriter anyway. I mean, as far as over any typewriter, that's what his book was about. I'll go get it so I can show everybody if you're interested.
Sure.
Paul, is it Paul Astor? Is that the author?
Yes, sir. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting. I'll have to look that up.
My understanding is the main difference is the way that they shift. Now the SM9, it just the cover just lifts up, and the SM7, the cover completely comes off.
Yes.
But I think that also the pitch that the key tops are set at is slightly different. The SM7 has a slightly different type feel because of that. Although I love my SM9, and I've just gotten my SM7. I haven't typed on it a lot. I mean, I have typed on it, but just not a lot. But I don't mind the carriage shift that you have on the Olympias. Like I love the SM3s. To me, it feels kind of similar, a little bit similar to an SM3. It's kind of between an SM3 and an SM, 9. Now, I think that the SM7 still does have springs. Let me look. Yeah, it still has springs on the key tops, which the SM9 does not.
Okay.
So that can account for a difference in the way it feels when you type too.
Well, thank you. Because in my opinion, the SM3, the keys are a bit too wide for me. I like it a little bit more narrow. But I think the solution would be just to get an SM7 to compare, because here in Germany, by luck, they are quite cheap. I've seen them now for 20 euros or something like that.
Wow.
And so I think it's okay to get one and check it out. And okay, I don't have enough space for these all boxes and so on, but I have to do it. It's my sorry about it, my wife.
If you decide you don't like your SM7, you can always contact me and I'll just pay shipping and you just ship it on over.
There you go.
I'll take another one. No worries.
I think the problem might really be shipping. I don't know how much shipping is between Europe and the US, because as I did already in other meetings, I would love to get some, for example, a quiet writer. No, quiet writer I have, the Skywriter, these Smith Coronas, which I like really very much, but you can't get them here in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, I know the hunger of the US about Olympia and Atlas and whatever, and something I will show you right now soon. That's hard, and I think really the shipping is the problem. On one hand, the costs. I think it costs them maybe more than the machine is worth, and the risk of damage during
it depends.
the
It
travel.
might be not so bad shipping from Germany to the United States when the cost of the machines here is so much more. So if you're paying 20 euros for the machine, then it would probably be, when you add the shipping, it would still probably be less than what we would pay for the machine over here.
Yeah. So maybe if we can get into business, I don't I keep it in mind, or we could make a wish list. If you have a wish for machines here from Germany, we have two platforms where it's machines are sold really sometimes very inexpensive. One example I have here right now, it's an Hermes Media 3 I bought for 30 euros, and I just turn my it's this machine here.
Yeah.
And I think you can see it, it's light enough. This is the cheaper version of the Hermes 3000.
Right.
You see, there's no tabulator, and it hasn't the red ribbon here for the margin setting. Yeah. And on the other hand, it types as well as the Hermes 3000, has the same technique inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's I will light it up a bit. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, sorry, the light doesn't work here. Or it's really the same, and that's sometimes really hard to see on eBay that no one is bidding on this machine. I was the only one bidding on this thing for 30 euros.
Wow,
it's hard to understand here.
I paid 50. My two Hermes 50 and 50. My two Hermes 3000. 50 each one.
And when I read in the US, you have to pay $300 or more for a Hermes 3000. That's really hard. And even the brush is here, and you see it's a much cheaper brush than the brush delivered with the Hermes 3000.
Mm-hmm.
But still a good machine. Only thing here, the knob is missing, so I have to find a spare part or handle it with the left hand. It's no problem. Okay, so I turn around so you can see my tired face again. So here I am. Well, it's evening. It's evening. I'm awake since 5 a.m. and so.
Yeah.
Okay, so. And one thing I would just add to the comments before. Here in Germany, our pupils learn with fountain pens too in the primary school. It's still common. So normally when you bring your child to the school, then the teacher says, I want my class to write with this brand or with this brand. So I have all to buy exactly, for example, Lamy or GH or Pelikan. And so they learn, I think for the first 4 years, they have to write with fountain pens. And
That's amazing. We use crayons.
Yeah, that's the problem over here.
I think in Belgium they have to use fountain pens too, but I don't know the brands are specialized or something. But you find them in every supermarket. So,
Rich, your comment about the crayons is very astute, and this explains a lot.
It explains a lot.
Yeah.
We had to use those big fat pencils when in like preschool and like kindergarten and early grade.
Yeah. Yes.
And then they eventually got us down to the narrower number 2 pencils, and only I don't know if I ever had any experience with an ink pen, and it was never a fountain pen. It was an actual just a ballpoint. Maybe that was after the year of learning cursive, which was 3rd grade.
I never got used to a pen myself. I was stuck with the pencil. The pen's too slippery, and you start writing, and you about fall off your desk. But so I'm still at the pencil stage.
Yeah.
Larry, do you still use those fat pencils?
If I can, they're hard to find.
Yeah.
Although I do have a nice wide carpenter's pencil over here in my garage. That's real handy.
Yeah.
A lot of people almost find it hard to believe that, but my first year in school, we used slate and chalk.
Oh wow!
Okay, the old-fashioned slates and chalks. Then the equivalent of grade 2 and on, we used pencil only.
Okay.
And then once we moved to the secondary school at age 11, then we had to go to fountain pen.
Huh.
That's
very interesting.
So what I brought back to Robert's point, when I was in Germany, I would find these student pens. They all have a lot of student pens. You go to their small stores, and this was like €7, I think, maybe $10, something like that. Yeah. So I brought some back with me, because what I did with them is they're made out of wood, and I had taken one of them and carved it, so it kind of looks like a rusticated pipe or lava. And, and then I stained it, and so I bought some more to do some more craft designs with it. The only problem I have with this is it doesn't have a clip, and I've been trying to decide whether or not I would find a way to fit a clip on there of some kind, but it writes very good. And what's really amazing is these are student pens, less than $10, and they hold up very well. It takes the universal. I just put one of those in there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, students only ever carry their pens in the pencil case and had no need for clip.
That's true. Yeah.
I was using mine at work. I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah. On the other hand, the clip might be broken due to nervousness during a test or something like that.
Yeah. I think there's other things I could do. If I wanted to paint some kind of designs, it's not high risk. It's fairly cheap pen.
Exactly.
And I was thinking of finding a way to put some yellow or white underneath there to look like some coals or something like that, the way I've got it carved. So just a little project pen, but I think I brought about 3 or 4 of these packages back with me. Over time, I'll get back into it, continue the project. So
yeah.
It's amazing. We don't see that here. We don't, I don't go to the stores here and find those. I haven't really looked much, but I was surprised when I was in Germany, you could always find cheap fountain pens. They have a different view of it than we do.
Yeah, definitely.
When I first came to Canada in '81, you could pick up the Schaefer No Nonsense fountain pen, which came with a pen and 3 cartridges from a local stationery for, I think it was $4.95.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Do
they last?
And then a packet of 5 cartridges for 92 cents.
Their nibs, are their nibs good?
I still use them.
Oh yeah. See, that's kind of the way I feel about these ones too. They just keep on writing.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one I bought would have been about in late 81, maybe early 82. I used it all through college. I used it to write letters to my girlfriend and to other family members, and I still use it now and then. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, was there anything else on your list?
Oh yes, of course. Just to introduce. Here's my daughter Johanna. She wants to say hello.
Hello.
Oh,
hello. Wie geht es Ihnen?
Hi.
Well, she's not so with typewriters, but interested in everything, and so
basketball,
for example.
Okay.
But now, going back to business, I have 2 typewriters I would like to present if I have the time enough. I don't want to hijack the whole thing. New arrival here is it's not the flattest. I think the Roy is the flattest typewriter in the world, but this was a long time announced as the flattest typewriter. I turn around. Here it is.
Oh wow!
Really slick.
Yeah.
It's a Cromina.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's the I think the ancestor, no, the predecessor. What is ahead? It was before the Colibri. The Groma Colibri came after the Cromina. So, and I've received this this week. It's very works, as you see. Have to do some cleaning, of course. You see, it's a bit gunky, but really nice. And it's one of the first, I think, because it has a wooden case. Later there came more like Aktentasche, like a suitcase, something like that.
Oh yeah.
And it's really it's a crinkled painting. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And so well, even though a piece of history, I think, because it came from the German Democratic Republic, and yeah, it looks also like a bit like for special agents or something like it.
Yeah.
And so it types quite well. I spent the afternoon today to compare some of my ultra portables, one with each other, and it was really hard to say which one would be my favorite. So I don't know. I think you know it when you compare typewriters. Something you feel this better. This looks better. This is easier to carry, and so I don't know. I found no solution, so I love them all. And I have something special here. Yeah, I have something special. I told, I think, you some weeks ago. Is this one?
Oh! Wow!
And already I typed something here. Here's written type pals.
Very cool.
And to be honest, wait, where's my sheet? I have a sheet with all these, here, something like this you need.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Otherwise, you won't handle it. And so you can even see how this works. You have 2 rows, the right side and the left side. This here is the left side, and this is the top, middle, and lowest point. Top, middle, and lowest point. And that's the way you print your patterns here. So, for example, when I would print an A, I'll lay it beside. When I would like to print an A, I have to just take the top point on the left side, set it, and here we have my A. So if I would like to make an M, for example, I need the 2 here and the lowest here on the left side, something like this. Normally you work with 2 hands, 1 hand here and 1 hand here, and then you print, and you have.
What kind of paper do you use? Because it makes holes on a normal paper.
And no, it works with normal paper, but this is a bit like a cardboard. I think it would be 120 gram or something like this. This was delivered with the machine. It's also a bit yellow, I see. And when you see a book written in Braille script, it's also mostly a little bit yellow. I don't know why. but I think it's because of the feel, though, that the blind people can feel it better. This is the next challenge for me, to learn how to read this with closed eyes. But it's really a great machine. And it was really funny. I found it on, I think, eBay too, not so expensive, I think 30 or 40 euros. And as it came here, I could recognize here the label. And this is my hometown. Here I live.
Oh.
And I've never, ever heard about this factory, anything like this.
Wow.
That's cool.
Offenbach.
Yeah. And my next project is to produce these signs for the doors on my company for me and my colleagues. So would be a nice gift for someone to have its name written in this blind script, or Braille. I don't know how you say in English for it.
Braille.
Braille.
Braille. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So is that quartz or QWERTY?
No, it's an AZERTY. It's AZERTY.
Oh,
That's
that is so
great.
cool.
Yeah, well, I turned myself around so you can see
Now,
the other side.
The interesting thing about those, of course, is you don't have to worry about ink.
No worry about inks, no worry about ribbons, nothing like this.
Yeah.
And it really, well, it looks really, look at this, just turn it around. When you see the carriage here, it looks really like a saw here.
Yeah. Wow.
Because you have really a hard movement here when you make the backspace and the space. There's something happening. And the paper is clipped into the, you can open it here and then you can clip it. Wait, where is it? Zweit. Here. So then you can open it here with a kind of a flap. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then you can pull out the paper and load it again. So you stick it in. And so it works even with normal copy paper. And then it makes flap. And then you wind up the paper on the platen. And there's another advantage of it. It doesn't matter how hard the platen is, it works. You don't need to bring them to JJ Short. So, that's about my
you
typewriter.
Could saw with it. You could saw a piece of wood while you're typing with that saw.
Yeah, it might work, yes.
There you go, yeah.
But
that is so cool.
But you can't use both sides of the paper.
You see some points is also for blind people to find where the position on the carriage is.
Oh, okay, okay.
Here's another piece there. You can expand your paper trail, I know how you say it.
Tray.
Now come here. Now it's jammed. Now, wait. Now, so like this. Really nice piece of engineering, I think, and very solid made. I think I haven't aged it. Find the age, but I think 50s or 60s might be.
Wow.
By the way it's manufactured.
That's amazing.
Really nice. Yeah.
And let's face it. Blind people do it with feeling.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So this reminds me that it would be an interesting idea to make a typewriter that prints regular letters embossed using kind of like a 7-segment LED type of like 7 keys. And you have to hit the right keys to make the shape of the letter, right?
Yes.
Similar to the way that works. So that would be interesting.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Really great idea.
Yeah.
We should work on it.
Yes.
We need a Kickstarter for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I bet it'd be huge in the crafting community. I bet it'd be huge.
Yeah.
Typewriter Olympics.
You better say patent. You better say patent pending after that idea, John.
I know.
I know. I think you need more than 7 segments. You need to make all the letters. But you could do with much less than 44 keys.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And you could make every letter maybe with dots, like like a dot matrix printer. How it forms with, if you could just have that with keys and you could just hit the letters.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's another crazy idea.
Ethan Moses, you can 3D print something.
That's right. Actually, him and I have had conversations about making a typewriter, and he says he would probably get interested in that if he got interested in typewriters, but he's been resisting the typewriter thing so far.
Yeah. Excellent.
That might be a wise decision.
Yeah.
Put the tractor beam on them.
Yeah. Anything else for you, Robert?
Oh, no, just one thing which is quite interesting. Joe, you were talking about a tornado. I think yesterday or on Thursday we had a tornado in Germany here too, and it was really it's really seldom to have one here. And it had really, I think in Paderborn, we had quite some destruction. Some roofs and trees were damaged very hard. And
yes, I think it was back in the Midwest. Well, I mean, we had bad winds, just violent winds, but we have rarely ever had a tornado in the Albuquerque area because we have the Rio Grande Valley and then the Sandia Mountains, and it kind of protects it against. Yeah, I think back in the mid 1980s, we had a small tornado that landed near one of the malls, the shopping malls. But yeah, we just had violent winds, and I think the entire Southwest was that way. There's some kind of a weird pressure difference between the whole low pressure and high pressure areas.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think more to the equator are the tornadoes, aren't they? So Florida or something like this is more attracted by tornadoes, or am I wrong?
It's really kind of the Midwest and South. It's you have warm air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico meeting cold air from Canada, and those two meet in the middle. And so you get the violent winds with a lot of moisture, and that creates those giant thunderstorms that build up. And
Yeah, Diane is in, and I guess Brenda are both in tornado country.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of thunderstorms the last couple, probably last 3 nights. It gets pretty violent. You can always tell when it's about to hit. It gets the winds just get really strong, and then the clouds get dark, and then next thing you know, there's thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you hear the sizzle on the lightning, you know you're pretty close to it.
Oh boy.
If you don't hear it, that's kind of time to worry. You might have been hit already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is strange, though. It is strange to have tornadoes in Europe, especially Germany, that far north.
Yeah.
But
that's
very rare.
And
very.
what we also, I don't know if we could call it climate change, but I think a little bit it might be. Normally, we have right now 2 or 3 days warm and then heavy thunderstorms, and then it's again 2 or 3 days warm, much moisture in the air, of course, and then another heavy thunderstorm, sometimes more in the west of Germany, sometimes here. Oh, just a cat ran through the picture, Diane.
Sorry.
Okay. No, not sorry. It's okay.
I missed it.
Okay. But very warm for a May month. Very, very warm. We had more than I tried to compare in degrees Fahrenheit, but in Celsius we had more than 45 in some areas in France. It's very high. I don't know.
45 Celsius?
In Celsius. Yes. I will try to find. Yes. 95.
Yeah, that's
Fahrenheit.
pretty warm.
That's
We
pretty warm,
are
yes.
only in May.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. That's really a problem. It's warmer than it should be for the springtime here. But well, let's see. What one thing or what? Yes, Type Pulse is great. I've received a postcard, Gregory, from Australia, and the postcard was in an envelope, and in the envelope there was a letter with 5 pages.
Oh, excellent.
I had really to read a lot, and so just to tell you, it worked. I got my address I have to write to, or I had to write to, and I have another address, so everything works fine. Thank you, Gregory. And I think that's all of it. And what's also I like very much, just to say, it's so great here to be and to learn, especially English engineering phrases. And so really a nice bunch of people. Thank you very much to have me with you. And so I give the word back to anyone who wants.
Okay.
Well, I think it's really interesting to have you here because you're showing me stuff I've never seen and saying things I've never heard. I love it.
Yeah,
it's so
definitely.
interesting to hear you.
Definitely.
What you have to say. And then you laid it out and you wrote it down. I thought, man, this guy's a smart guy. He like laid it all out. I need to do that. I can't hardly ever think of anything except for to be silly.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
Really great exchange here.
You're welcome.
Really great exchange. And I think for the next meeting, I have some things to come. Hope they will arrive tomorrow. Okay. And so a really special machine I will talk next week about.
Oh, excellent. We'll look forward to that.
Okay, so I think I'll stay a little bit more here, and then later it's evening. I think my daughter looks a bit hungry, and so we'll see. No, she's not hungry. So, okay.
Okay.
Dann sag einfach Tschüss, oder?
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. God saves America.
Peter Zane.
Oh, okay.
God save typewriters.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, I'm switching now to silent. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Bill, how are you doing?
I am doing good. I'm envious of Robert's typewriter prices over there because
I know.
in my case it seems like all my favorite machines are German, so it's like 30 euros. But that sounds very enticing. I don't have anything new typewriter wise to speak of. It seems like I'm pretty well set as of late. I go out and I look on occasion and I just don't spot anything that's pulling me in. So that's okay. I've been doing a lot of typing, writing a lot of letters, getting caught up on that front. And I've actually switched back to signing my letters with pencil. I was doing the fountain pen thing for quite a while, but I am with mechanical pencils like most people are with fountain pens in this group. So I've got everything from like, let's see, this one's 5.6 millimeters for the lead.
Like that.
And here's one that's like a 2, which is just a fun design. I've got one that looks more like a pen.
Oh, cool.
And then it still clicks out the lead. So that's kind of fun. And then I don't know if I'll be able to get this to show up or not, but this is really slick. This is called it's made by Uni, which makes a lot of other pens and pencils. I think they make their gel pens are pretty popular, but this is called a Kuru Toga.
Oh, I have one of those. Yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
And I love the way it. Let's see if I can get the. If you look, can you see it rotating? The little. If you look right here, you can see the
mechanism.
Oh yeah. There you go.
So it rotates as you pick the pencil up and write with it. It keeps rotating the lead, so it always stays sharp.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty genius.
It is. Yes.
So I've got a couple of these, and then the only other thing I have to share is everybody was talking about paper. I'm curious if anybody else read Anthony Connelly's The Smallest Universe.
No.
I bought a copy and read it, and I really enjoyed it. And so I noticed he hasn't been on in quite some time, so I miss his presence here. But I swapped some letters and I let him know how much I enjoyed his book. But the whole time I was reading it, I was thinking about I bought this in the book. The character has like a journal that she's kept throughout her life, and I picked this up in a store that's not around here any longer, but it's just an old I guess this is like a business ledger or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then these are replaceable. It's got like this system where you can pop these out and the lid lifts off and you can replace this. And I've been thinking I'm going to do something creative with this, but I've yet to come up with anything. And I've had this for more than a year now, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But that's my paper show and tell.
I think you need to make that happen. That's very interesting.
Well, you can take the papers out, right, and then type on them, or if you wanted to.
Yeah, but when I type, I usually make up all of my own paper through the inkjet with my designs and stuff. I thought about just keeping this like intact somehow as some kind of a creative project, but if it comes right down to it, I could always pull these out and type on them. So
yeah,
it's true. Yeah, they would come out easily enough.
Do you sketch with the pencils?
I used to, like, all the time, voraciously, and it's one of those things, I don't know why, but as I've gotten older, I don't so much.
You're less sketchy now.
I'm less sketchy. Well, perhaps. I appreciate that.
Well, you could use that book for that, just to make your sketches in.
Yeah.
It's a very
cool
that's
about it for me. I just wanted to check in and see how everyone was doing.
Very good. It's always good to see you, Bill.
Likewise.
Bill, I've just had one of my wacky thoughts.
Yes.
If you have a wide carriage like an SM9, which will accept one of those ledger papers for landscape, set one tab for each column and then write one word in each column.
Oh wow.
As you'd write one word, tab the next column, one word, tab the next column, return, and go back again.
Oh wow.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could probably set up the SG3 to do that.
Or write vertical sentences, in columns, right?
There you go.
I did have real quick, just two questions for Joe. Was it on your video that the person had shifted the paper like on the diagonal?
Yes.
And
yes.
God, that was brilliant. I love that.
It was brilliant, and it was done so well because they ended each word right at the margin where it should have been.
That was
so
beautiful.
well done. Yeah.
Yeah, I was very impressed by that.
I'd never seen that done before in person. That was very impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for sharing that with all of us.
Yes.
And then the other one I was curious because I was following the trials and tribulations of the Zorky. And I'm curious. So before you got the little meter for it that clips onto the cold shoe, were you using a separate external meter, or were you using Sunny 16? Or
I was mainly using my phone. I had a pinhole photography oriented light meter app on my phone, but it works for regular metering. I mean, it does normal f-stops and shutter speeds. I was using that for a while, and it was pretty reliable also. But I like the standalone meter because it turns itself off after 10 seconds, but you still have those analog dials on the top of the meter that tells you what the settings are. So you sort of take a reading of the light and then set your camera to it, and then you can just reference the meter without actually turning it on if you want to. So,
and it looks really nice. It goes well with the camera too.
It does.
Looks
it does
very
indeed.
solid.
Yeah, and the work that Ethan did on that shutter of that camera seems like it's really nice. It's pretty reliable now.
That's really cool.
Having new shutter curtains.
Yeah.
And the problem with those cameras is they're not that valuable, these days. I mean, they're a little harder to get now because of the problem in Eastern Europe with the war. but there are some other countries like Poland and places where you can get those Soviet cameras, but they're not worth putting a lot of money into repairing because a Leica would be more valuable, right? So having a buddy of mine that knows how to replace shutter curtains was a kind of a unique opportunity to get it working condition.
Right. The flip side, though, is once you do have it working, you can carry it around probably much more comfortably than like a Leica where you're always worried about it.
Yeah,
and you know,
yes, exactly. I have a,
and it works.
I actually have a half case leather. It's actually an old Leica rangefinder half case that originally had the flip up cover that the cloth stitching rotted out, so we just tore it off. And it's a half case, and I have a Gordy strap, a leather wrist strap connected to the tripod socket. So I literally walk around with that on my hand when I'm going on neighborhood walks, and then I'm ready to go shooting and taking pictures of the neighborhood, you know, or whatever. So it's pretty handy.
Yeah. Well, that's been an enjoyable series for me.
Yeah, it has been. And I need to do an update on that. Actually, I have a roll of Kodak Ektar 100 color film in it right now. So we'll see how it shoots color.
Yeah.
That Jupiter 8 lens.
Cool.
The main problem we have in Europe for the moment is to have Kodak film. It's impossible to find. I don't know.
It's very expensive too. It's
we actually have that problem here at times.
Yeah.
Despite the price, we don't have more films. I would buy a Pro Image 100, but it's impossible to find for the moment until next August. I think the next deliveries.
Oh, wow.
Difficult to have just the gold. It's very, very, very difficult to have just the gold.
Yeah, well, luckily you have black and white film still made in Europe and England. So
I use very good for the moment. We have very, very good black and white films. In Europe we have Orwo.
Yes,
from Germany, very very good. And there's one another German Adox.
Yes,
Adox black and white, very very fantastic results. I love these films.
And then there's of course Ilford, you know, and what's the other one? There's another brand made in England also.
In England,
Kentmere 100.
Oh yes,
but it's Kentmere is built in the same factory as Ilford, if I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So do you develop and print?
I'm trying to develop because I never done it before, but I subscribed to the last associative lab we have here in France, here in my area in Orléans. We have a small association, a small lab association with a minimum of I have some I don't have the term in English, but I don't know if you can see my dust.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't use it for the moment because I don't have place. I have a very very small house, and I don't have place to have a laboratory. And I have my furniture here with all my accessories and my cameras, on my table because I use with my Russians lenses, Terre Helios, with my Spotmatic. And but I also I print myself at the association. I have to. I'm waiting for my negatives because I made a lot of films during my last holidays, but I paid a professional laboratory to make my to make my negatives. Yeah.
With color,
And
color or black and white?
developed what? Sorry,
Color or black and white?
both.
Both?
I used both. But I'm trying to develop myself, but it's pretty. I made some little mistakes. It's pretty hard. My father developed himself a few years ago, but now he is very sick. He is very ill, and I don't remember how to do that. So I have to learn myself.
Yeah.
But I have all the stuff, all the accessories here in my furniture. I can do that.
So developing the negatives is less of a problem than printing with an enlarger. I think the enlarger, I mean, you need more space for the enlarger. And but I think I used to develop black and white, just go in my closet and put it into the canister and develop it that way. But that was not some years ago, and I've never had an enlarger. I would just go somewhere that had a place with an enlarger I could print.
Yeah.
But I never did color. I think you had to have temperature controls, more temperature controls on the color. So I never did that.
I worked as a darkroom tech for a couple of years while I was in college, and the temperature control for the color stuff was always an issue, especially I was located in Texas at the time, and trying to keep the processes, isolated from the heat, insulated well enough from the heat so that wasn't an issue. But it's it's cool to print your own and see the the print come alive, when you're developing it and so forth. It's something that I've thought about getting back into, but the time and the space and the dedication to that has just put me off of it for the time being.
When I was in high school, I bought an Olympus OM1, which was like their basic model with no automatic anything. And I think it was between that and an automatic. And I chose that one because I wanted to force myself to use the settings and to learn to use the f-stop and the shutter speed, all that kind of stuff. And it worked for a long time. And I've owned it almost ever since. It got stolen about 9 years ago out of my house. And it was kind of a mixed thing. I was not happy about it getting stolen because I had it for so long, but I really wasn't using it. So the only thing that was the most sad was I know I had some film in there and I had no idea what was on it.
Yeah.
So I found developing black and white is very convenient if you have a changing bag, or even better, a changing tent. It gives you a little bit more room to maneuver. You can load the cassette into a changing bottle into developing tank and develop it, and having a place to dry the film so it dries clean is important. A lot of people use their shower, but I have a drying cabinet that I built. It works really well, considering how dusty and dirty my garage is, and the drying cabinet is in the garage, so the film comes out really clean usually. But funny thing is, right, people that don't have dark rooms think they'd love to have a dark room, and I have a dark room, and I haven't printed onto paper, onto silver in a long time. It is an investment of a lot of time to get set up, to get your dark room set, even when you have one. Just getting clean it up a little bit so you don't have dust, get your chemicals laid out, and then get your negatives sorted and know the ones you want to print, and then you have to start doing test strips, right, which takes time. So yeah, it takes a lot of time.
It's rewarding though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Recently I got a Ricoh GR3 digital camera, and I was playing around last week with using it to digitize my black and white negatives, which is a crazy thing to do because the Ricoh has a fixed lens, 28 millimeter equivalent lens, but it has like it has a crop mode and it has a macro mode. And between both of those, I can get the negative full frame. It's an APS-C sensor. I can get a full frame shot of a negative backlit on a light table. Wow. And it somehow doesn't have a lot of field curvature like you would expect, or pincushion distortion. It's pretty remarkably sharp for a little point and shoot digital. So that's kind of like a really easy way to get a quick scan of a negative, and then you can Photoshop it into a positive image and post it onto your Flickr, your whatever, your social media or whatever,
An interesting idea.
Yeah.
I've still got a lot of negatives that I could do something with.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I have a film scanner, but it struggles with the color transparencies.
Yeah.
Black and white stuff is pretty easy, but for the color transparencies, I'd be better off maybe taking them to a lab for the ones that I really, would value the image from.
I was walking around the last week or so with my Zorky and film in it. And I've also walked around with my Ricoh digital, and the difference in the shooting process is that with the digital, if you have any inkling of an idea that this might be a photograph, you take it. But with film, you don't take it unless you're certain that it's going to be a good photograph. And so there's a difference in the methodology of how you go about shooting. Like there was a lot of pictures I didn't take last week when I was starting this roll of color Ektar film in the Russian camera, because I knew that I only have 36 exposures. It's my only roll of Ektar, and I want to make every shot count. And so it's an interesting observation about the difference in how the technology makes you shoot one way versus another.
So there's an analogy there, because the cameras back in our day, way back when, there was no digital photos. So there were limited photos that you have maybe of your growing up or whatever, or my growing up. Today, my kids are 30 now, but I mean, they have pictures all the way back, and you could take a picture, just like you said, Joe, you could take a picture anytime you want, even if it looks like it might not come out good. What the heck? It's only digital, but sort of the typewriters, it's done the same thing. I think I go back to use a typewriter, and I have to be very deliberate about what I'm going to say and how I'm going to say it, because I only get one shot, otherwise you start over.
Yeah, I thought it would be an interesting technological idea if someone created a memory card that only had enough memory for 36 pictures.
Called a floppy disk.
Yeah, a floppy disk, like one of those Sony Mavica cameras that shot on floppy disks, and you had to be be more exacting and use more thinking for each shot. And I think that's the biggest challenge of shooting with digital cameras is the discipline required.
And with medium format, it's 12. Only 12.
Yeah.
Then they'd have to charge you $100 for you to get the real feel of it.
Yes, exactly.
Well, to draw typewriters back into it, maybe the comparison you could make along similar lines is if you're typing with your really good typing paper, or your formatted paper, your letterhead paper versus some scrap paper that you're using, and when you've got the good paper in, you want to be really careful that you're getting everything just right.
That's true.
The scrap paper and
yes, and that is a good observation, Bill, because with me, I do like to brainstorm type, and I try to do that on the cheapest paper possible because it frees me up to not worry about the paper. You don't feel like you're wasting it.
Right.
Yeah.
If you only have 25 sheets of this paper left, then there's no more. You want to make sure that every page counts.
Yes.
Every letter counts, every character.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So William, you can learn to make it yourself and start your own janky typewriter paper company.
I like it.
I'm trying to search a new paper because my Remington makes big holes in the paper. The pad is very powerful, and I can't use print paper
like Braille.
I have to find a new solution because it's like Roger typewriter is for blind people. When I use my Remington, it's make holes everywhere.
That's when you say the Jan key was accidentally permanently engaged.
Yeah, I think our friend John Monroe in Japan has used some kind of thin plastic sheet as a backing sheet to paper that he finds works pretty well for controlling the punch through on a hard platen.
Yeah.
Yeah, those page protectors.
Yes.
Plastic sheet, those work pretty well.
Interesting.
Yeah, otherwise you get piano player paper.
Yeah.
The self-adhesive cold laminating sheets.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's what I used.
Okay. Excellent.
I've also heard of people using 1/32 thick neoprene sheeting that you get from Napa or someone like that.
Yeah, I have a 1/64 thick sheet of rubber, and it works okay on some typewriters. The really small ultra portables might still have a problem feeding through, but on a bigger machine, it works pretty well. Yeah.
Joe has a really good video on that. I really like that video that you did on that, Joe.
Oh yeah, thanks, Bob. Thanks for marketing my video there.
I'm sitting here kind of giggling to myself, going, "Joe's talking around this has already been figured out." Joe,
I know.
It's on YouTube.
I've already figured it out, and it's already on YouTube, and I've forgotten about it. No.
I've really learned that if it has anything to do with typewriters and you have an issue, Joe's probably found a solution. So just look on his YouTube. Yeah. And I'll tell all my customers that what I need to do is I need to get a stamp that goes on the back of my business card that says, and don't forget to check out Joe Van Cleve's videos because he's got it all figured out.
Yeah. I think part of that comes from the desperation to find new subject matter to talk about when I'm not collecting typewriters regularly anymore, you know? So,
right. Well, there are problems and you found solutions, and more importantly, you put them in tangible terms that the average public can really grasp onto and run with. That's always been kind of my downfall, is being the mechanical mind that I am. I don't always put things in layman terms for the general public. So I really give you a ton of credit in figuring that out. I really enjoy it. I've said I sit and listen to your videos, you know, when they come out. I usually binge listen, you know, and watch, but mostly it's listen just to see what kind of facts I can get and what can I tell my customer base, you know, in very layman's terms that they'll understand. You know, lucky us to have your video series, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like when Bob Marshall and myself get talking or writing to each other. We're both mechanics.
Yeah.
And then when Juliana, my wife, reads one of the letters, she says, all I understood was typewriter, paper, and the rest, I don't know what it meant.
Right?
Yeah.
That's great. May, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm doing great.
Good night.
Yeah, good night. I was on Type and Talk last night, chatting with Diane and William and a few other people, so that was nice.
Nice.
Stayed up late partying over our typewriters, right? I have a typing prompt.
Oh, cool. Yeah, if you want to read it, go for it.
Sure. So here we are once again at Typewriter Church, typing and chatting with our typewriter friends. Today's typing prompt asks us to begin with, never have I ever. Remember that game when we were kids? While there are many things still on my bucket list, like traveling to Europe and hiking through the Grand Canyon, I'll stick to typewriter related themes for now. Never have I ever typed on an Olympia or Hermes. I know, right? Never have I ever typed on a brand new platen. Except for a few newer, unremarkable machines, never have I ever given up on fixing a typewriter. Never have I ever been able to resist buying a humble make and model with an interesting typeface like this latest machine that blew my typewriter diet. Finally, I caved. My new 1960s Electra 120 has a crisp, clean, classic pica typeface that reminds me of the old CRT fonts. Normally, I would have passed up this one, but it's a typeface I don't already have, and nobody placed a bid but me, so I snatched it up for a whopping $16 from Shop Goodwill in North Carolina. I didn't have to do anything except wipe off a bit of dust on the outside, and the innards are flawlessly clean, and the old ribbon is still dark. Never have I ever been disappointed with the Smith Corona 6 Series models. In fact, this one is quite delightful. I'm happy to welcome it into my collection. While I've given some away, never have I ever sold a typewriter, something I plan on doing this summer. I need to pass on some of the repeat models in my collection and the ones that don't get enough typing time to justify keeping them, so I can make room for an Olympia and a Hermes. So yes, I have a new typewriter. I like this sans serif typeface very much. It's very clean,
nice.
Oh, yeah.
crisp,
Nice.
kind of computer-like.
That's very nice.
I like it. New typewriter.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hey.
Yay.
Nice shirt, May.
Oh yeah, this is my typing contest, prize.
Yeah, that's what this one is.
From oh, cool. Yeah.
Twinsies.
I won the electric and you won the ancient, right?
Ancient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May, that's a really nice
It's funny,
typewriter you got. The
Yes,
Electra
it's
120.
excellent. The only thing is I don't see a serial number on it where it normally is. It's normally in this little space right here in the, but there's nothing there. There's nothing. And it doesn't have a carriage lock.
It's on the bottom.
It's just completely gone. Or it's not on the bottom. I've looked. I compared. It's like
inside, maybe?
completely gone. Someone, I think, either it removed it. No, I have.
Did you buy it out of the trunk of a car in an alley?
Yeah.
A guy?
Yeah, a guy. I know a guy that knows a guy.
Yeah.
But no, it's
Put up
the
the ribbon
mechanism
cover.
is completely been removed. I don't know if it was service and the person that had it hated the carriage lock and just had it removed. But there is no carriage lock. There's no serial
Ted said,
number,
look by the ribbon cover, under the ribbon cover somewhere, maybe.
If you can turn the machine so we can see the right-hand end of the carriage in fairly good detail.
Yeah. Oh, you mean you want to sit with the camera? Let's see if I can.
The carriage lock is built
Get
in.
your little boroscope.
It's built in, but it's not there. Like I opened up.
It's built into the case.
There's a little tab mounted to the top of the case lid.
So this is an earlier model
and
than okay. So it's a different.
Impacts the carriage lock when you close the case.
Okay, you see there's a very small curved chrome or
This.
metal lever right
This.
there.
That's the platen release thing spring.
Yeah, the platen release is normally above.
Well, but the base of the spring
Okay.
is right there.
Hmm.
So
Interesting.
yeah, I'm a little, baffled. It's a little different. It doesn't have a serial number, like unless it's under the body, and it's one of those models
Check
that
under
was
the
kind
lid.
of in between. Like normally it's like stamped in this little spaces right
Yeah.
here, but it's not there. Like on all the other ones I have, they're in the same place, but this one is blank. So I don't
I
know.
think
if
Ted
it's-
is saying that it's under the lid somewhere.
Open the ribbon cover.
Open the ribbon cover.
Look on the
And like-
sides.
Look on the sides.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So this it does. Okay. Thank you, Ted. Yay.
Yay, Ted.
What would we do without you?
Ted, you
So
should
this-
start a website about typewriter serial
Yes,
numbers.
really
like
should.
how to find yeah.
I haven't seen you
That's
in a
a
while, Ted.
great idea.
How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Ted.
Hi,
I've been
Ted.
very quiet apparently.
Got a haircut.
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
beard
I
trim.
got them
Yeah.
all
Good.
cut, in fact.
Got them all cut. Yeah.
Hey, Ted, I was thinking of you the other day. I was binge watching videos about tiki bars, and I remembered
really?
some of your stationery you sent me and some little doodads in your shipments that are sort of tiki bar
Mhm.
oriented. So I was thinking of you there. Is there a good tiki bar in the Phoenix area, by the way?
There are a couple.
Okay.
The most original one is down in Tucson.
Mm.
And right now I can't think of what it's called. It's probably, I got a mug somewhere for it. But
So I'm thinking when I make a trip over to see you again, we're gonna have to hit a tiki bar.
We're gonna have to drive down to Tucson then.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Make a trip of it.
Yes.
Meet halfway.
I made a blog post about it. Let's see if I can find it.
We'll have to do tiki bar typing.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Yes.
Con Tiki, that's it.
Con Tiki. Oh yes. Named
Con
after the
Tiki.
Thor Heyerdahl
Thor Heyerdahl, yeah.
raft.
Yep. Was built in 1962 and it still operates. Let's see. Yeah, let me put that in the chat. A link so you can take a look and see if you like the environs.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's the link in the chat. In fact,
May, you never said if your typewriter has a rope holder on it.
This one does not.
You'll have to make one.
I think leather. I'll do leather next time.
Yeah.
All right. I just updated the typewriter database with the new typewriter.
Serial number. Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
What kind of camera do you have there, Ted, on your desk?
Oh, you were talking about the Sony Mavicas that take the floppy disks.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And you should definitely get one and make a video.
I should.
But some time ago, I picked up this one, which is the CD Mavica variation of that. So it takes recordable CDs.
Wow.
And takes pictures onto those. And of course, you can't. I got a DVD-R in there, but it takes CDRs. It takes the little tiny envelope size ones. But yeah, you're limited to how much you can take pictures of, and you can't delete them because it's writing it to a CD. So it's kind of fulfills the requirements of your little camera with limited
digital film.
Yeah, digital film.
How long did that storage format last?
Hot minute, like maybe 6 months. They made
these
things.
I did get your letter, by the way. Thank you.
Oh,
very,
good,
very
good.
much.
Good. Were you inspired and encouraged?
I was actually. I immediately put it on in my Walkman, my Sony Walkman, and it dissolved all my problems.
Good.
Yes.
Should it be called a walk person though?
Yes. Yes. I think they're working on that.
Yes, I'm sure they are.
It's Woke Joe.
Yes, Woke Joe. That's right. It's the new Joe. Put my hat on backwards. Woke Joe.
There you go.
Woke Joe.
Well, yeah, since we're already talking to you, Ted, what's new with you?
Oh, not much. I just last night I did another, 4 or 5 hour interview with someone, and that lasted well into the morning, and so I'm a little tired. But
yeah.
I've been working on that project for 21 years.
Oh my
recording
goodness!
This guy every so often, I'll just take a recorder and set it in front of him, and we'll just drink and smoke and talk. And
wow,
I've got 21 years of this guy wanting to write a book, but just never getting around to it. But
wow.
I get all the stories on tape. So
yeah,
I started on cassettes and now I do it digitally. So
okay.
And every once in a while I take a sample from that stuff and include it with the sonic projects I do.
Yeah.
So
very interesting. Now, is he the guy? I did he work in a library, or he works in a library, or?
No, I sent a tape of him to you, I think, where
yes.
we talked about you as a librarian.
Okay, that's what it was.
And you can kind of get the idea of he kind of meanders everywhere, and
yeah,
it's always an interesting sort of shot off into left field every time he takes on a topic of discussion.
Yeah. And is this just like a personal project, or your?
It's a personal project.
Okay.
I've known him since high school, so.
Yeah.
And in 2001, I started. He told me his intention to write his great American novel, and so I started recording him, all the ideas he had for it, so that he could, eventually write it.
Yeah.
But so that's just been, I don't know. It's a way to keep in contact with the guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's interesting.
It's what our relationship revolves around now. Is
okay.
Is these interviews.
Yeah. He definitely can talk.
He can talk. That's the thing, is I basically just have to start him off, and
yeah.
Every once in a while I'll try to steer him back onto what the actual subject is, but it's hard to keep him roped in.
Yeah.
That those doggies get loose.
Yeah.
Real easy.
Interesting. And anything else you're working on?
Oh, well, I wrote a bunch of letters.
Oh, cool. That's excellent. Including one to me. Thank you.
One to you. I think I sent one to Bill. Let's see. No, I can't think of anything offhand that seems real interesting.
Okay, that's
okay. I've been boring lately.
That's quite all right. It's just your existence is enough for us.
Oh, I did do that article on Aztec.
Oh, yes.
So I got 0 comments on it.
Oh.
People like my frivolous posts more than they like my serious posts.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I often read your blog when I'm at work, and sometimes I just can't resist commenting, and then other times I think, oh, I'll comment when I'm back at home.
Yes, you don't.
I think that's where I forgot to go back.
Typewriter disease.
Yeah, exactly.
Ted,
yes.
when you talk about this fella planning to write a book for 21 years and never getting around to it, of course, a lyric line from an old song came back to me. I believe the group was Smokey. 25 years of waiting for a chance just to tell her how I love her, just maybe get a second glance. So 25 years I've been living next door to Alice. Was it 24 years? I forget.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the story just keeps rhyming.
Yeah.
Keeps running, keeps rhyming.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as always, Ted, it's wonderful to see you. So thank you for being here.
Too. I'm glad to be here.
Excellent. Let's see here. Larry, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I didn't make a list of things to say there. I've been listening.
Yeah.
I didn't do the typing prompt again, which was like what I didn't do. Wasn't that what the typing prompt was? I forget.
Never have I ever.
I haven't done it yet.
Never have I ever done the typing prompt.
But I didn't get any typewriters. Ever since the 90s, I guess I started going to thrift stores and getting typewriters, and that's what my main purpose was when I went in the thrift store. It's like, and I started getting them, and now like there's not as many typewriters, so now I have all kinds of stuff, cameras, just whatever you want to, I got a lot of stuff now, and I don't know why, because it never leaves. It just always keeps coming here.
How many staplers have you got?
What's that?
How many staplers have you got?
I don't know, maybe a half a dozen or so. I don't know.
Oh, you're not trying hard enough.
but I do, I need to have even a heavier duty. I have a nice heavy duty one that I can get punch through a lot of paper, but I want it even heavier than that, because sometimes that comes in handy. But most of them are just whatever, just seemed to be something cool at the time. I had my mom's old one, I guess I got after she died. So that was kind of cool because I'd been around all my life. And then I've just had other ones over the years that I still have, you know, I never set out to collect them, but once I like stuff that looks like it's going to last forever. And that's, you know, just like typewriters, you know, if you see something heavy duty in the thrift store, because they don't make anything heavy duty anymore. They don't make anything to last. Not even, you know, your car, you know, although your car lasts for a while, in fact, that your cars probably hold up better than ever as far as mileage goes. But, you know, you can't, I changed the light bulb or one of my fluorescent light tubes in my garage. I put a ladder up there and it's above my car. And I thought, well, surely, you know, the rounded edge on this Honda, you know, on the roof is part of the rigid holding it all together. Well, yeah, you know, it's a little stronger on the edges. So I thought, I'll just put my knee on there when I change this bulb, and I lightly put it on there, and there's a permanent dent where I put my knee. You know, nothing is sturdy anymore. My old cars, you know, back in the 70s or whatever, they're built like tanks, you know. So
now you have to dent the other side to make it even.
That's right. I probably lost 5 miles to a gallon because the airflow is disrupted.
There's another.
You're not allowed in my garage.
I should have pulled my car out. It would have been smarter. But...
Yeah, did you hear me? You're not allowed in my garage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good thing. I mean,
my car. My son wanted to put a box of donuts on it. I said, no, it's not a shelf. Get out of here.
Well, as a kid, even when I had little kids, I let them climb on the hood of my car or whatever, you know, because it didn't hurt them.
That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with America.
Brenda, I got a question for you. Do you see this happening in your house? People put purses and backpacks on chairs instead of on tables. Like they come in and they'll put it on a chair, and now you can't sit there because their purse or their backpack's on the chair.
Yeah,
right.
That's true. Used to see that
That bugs me. That's one of the things that bugs me because I can't sit on the floor very easily.
No.
But the purse can sit on the floor.
The purse could, yeah. But I think it's bad luck to put your purse on the floor, though.
Is it? Is that bad juju?
I think so. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, my kids, you know, I have one of my friends came over and he's like leaning up on my car, and I'm like, get off of that car. Well, why? I said, because you're not going to lean on my car. I don't like that. Go lean against the wall or something. But, yeah. Anyway.
Are you available for hire, Brenda?
Yes, I will. I don't. There's certain things I don't want. You're not doing.
I'm gonna fly you out here for car watch duty.
Does this drive you nuts? Does this drive you nuts? This is my Honda. Just put my feet up on it.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And I'm still paying for it too.
That's why you don't ever have anything nice.
You never can have anything nice, can you?
You'll never have anything nice if you do stuff like that.
Is that the one you dented, Larry?
Don't I have a nice shirt?
Yeah, well, for now.
So I have some.
That looks like a Mercury.
Oh, I'm gonna show you something.
Royal Mercury.
It does, yeah.
You weren't fast enough, Joe. He's gone.
I know. No, he's gone.
Faster than a speeding.
I don't know. Can you see this? You probably can't. But this is a brand new.
You got a pull string.
See the pit guards all, and then even up here, it's all torn up already, and this is brand new.
Why did you do that?
It's a Gibson, and it costs lots of money, and I went to a gig, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna play this guitar. That's why I bought it. So you know.
Well, it's got character.
It depends on how you look at it. You know, I don't blame you for taking care of your stuff. My dad was fanatic about his cars.
Well, that's different. If that's the guitar, that's what happens when you use the guitar. That's how you use the guitar.
My
car is not a ladder.
Yeah.
But my car, what happens when I use my car? You know, how many times have you come out to your car and saw somebody's door? And I don't even park by somebody, but they'll
park far away.
I know.
I don't have any dents in my car. Don't jinx me.
I don't like when somebody dents my car, but the thing is at some point, when you buy a brand new car that there's going to be a mark in it, you're like, oh, well, or I bought brand new cars before and I brought them home and cleaned the bugs off them every day for a couple weeks. And then I'm like, okay, I'm done. Because I live in a swamp. And so every day it's plastered with bugs. And now I'm like, yeah, whatever. I learned to like bugs.
Wow.
But it's okay, because there's room in this world for everybody.
Yes, sir.
You'll probably live longer that way, Larry.
What's that?
You'll probably live longer that way, Larry.
I don't know. I hope so.
So Brenda, what kind of car
do
do
you
you
salad? I was trying to live long.
I have a Camaro.
Oh, Camaro. Okay.
A
Yeah, I can
Camaro,
see why
yeah.
you want to keep it nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm not buying another one. But
You're not
What's
buying
that?
another one?
I'm not buying any more cars. That's my only car. I don't want any more cars.
Okay.
I'm done.
What
You're not driving the highways around here then.
It's a 2013. Oh.
So how much horsepower does it have?
I don't know.
Do you step in it? Do you step on it? Good. Do you
Sometimes I do like to get up and go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, of course.
Getting away from the idiots on the roads.
Yeah, I don't go, I'm usually home by myself a lot. I don't usually go anywhere. And if I go anywhere, like I went to the antique mall the other day, or I go to the grocery store, I go to Target, and I park far away, but it never fails. When I come out, the whole parking lot's empty. And where are they at? Right next to me. It's like, seriously? You couldn't figure out somewhere else to park on your own? You had to park right next to me? Oh, I can't. I just don't.
You have to
I don't
park
understand that.
diagonally and take up 2 spots.
That's
trick.
when they'll get my car dinged.
Because they know you're trying to protect your car.
Yeah,
right?
This person's a jerk. Let's dent their car up. Yeah. No, I just don't want you by me. Go over there.
You could do like Larry does, preempt the frustration by just kneeling on
Just
the
dent
floor.
it myself.
Dent
If I
yourself.
just dent it, it
Get
takes
it over
all the
with.
pain away and we're done, right? Then nothing matters.
Exactly.
Now, I
Hey,
didn't
Larry,
get
I
it
think
on
that
purpose.
guitar is supposed to look like Willie Nelson's guitar eventually.
Yeah.
That's what you
my
want it to
Taka-
look like.
My
Right.
Taka Mini's getting that way. It doesn't have a hole in it yet, but I wore it. You know what I found out? And I didn't even realize it. I have an Ovation 12 string too that I got a year ago, I guess, or so, and started playing the 12 string all the time. I was playing the Taka Mini Dreadnought before that. My Taka Mini top is completely torn up and it doesn't have a pick guard on it. And then I got my Ovation, and it wasn't until I bought this Gibson and tore the top up at my first gig that I went back and looked at my Ovation, and there's not a mark on it. And I've been playing it just as aggressively over a year. And it's just the shape of the back, I guess, that's rounded, and it keeps the Dreadnought, for some reason, it sticks out enough that I just naturally tend to hit the top of it.
That might be. They may not have a nitrocellulose lacquer on the Ovation top either.
Well, whatever's on the Ovation top is not scratched a bit. That's what's amazing.
Yeah.
Nitrocellulose. That's my new word for the day.
Yeah, well, write that down, everybody. You know what I would recommend is the Joe Van Cleve method, Larry, and that's use 2-inch clear packing tape and strip and cover that whole pick guard. And then when that's what I'm doing with my watch. My watch cover is a piece of clear packing tape that you cut around it. And then when you scratch it, you just peel it off and put another one on there.
Oh, that's funny.
So now I'm assuming the nitrocellulose is to get better tone out of the wood, maybe, and this has maybe got a harder finish. Is that what you're saying?
Protect it.
Well, the thing is that nitrocellulose is smokeless rifle powder.
But is it good for a guitar finish for tone? Is that why we?
Yeah,
that?
that's the thought behind it, and it's usually sprayed on fairly thin so that the top vibrates more and all that jazz.
Isn't it flammable though? Isn't it like the old nitrocellulose film is flammable?
I believe so. Yeah,
I would think
wouldn't want to get it near flame.
So you don't want to play too hot there,
hard,
Larry.
it might just bust.
Cigars, Joe.
Spontaneous ignition.
That would be kind of cool. You know, I could do like an Aussie concert where I'm playing and my guitar bursts into flames. I would like that.
It's better than smashing it on your amplifier. You can set it
It's
on
only
fire.
flammable when it's wet. What? I don't know why. When it's wet, it's when it lights up like gasoline.
I sweat like crazy when I'm playing. So.
Boy, what are you going to do for an encore, Larry?
An accident waiting to happen.
I like
Get a more
I'll have to
explosive
make sure and
sound.
use my Gibson for the encore because this probably won't catch on fire.
Oh boy. All right, we should probably get back to typewriters now.
We've heard it all today.
Let's see. Bob, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I got this great Chroma Calibrian. I'm just douching the segment and all the other fun parts. So hopefully we'll get that going. I actually broke my my Lazy Susan that I wrench all my typewriters on. And I thought, well, what a shame. Like the whole bearing assembly just kind of fell apart like they do.
Oh.
And it had this rubber bit in it. Anyways, that's all trash now.
I got a couple of those. I could give you one. I got a couple. Come on over and get one.
Well, and the reason it broke, this is a very heavy duty one. And the reason it broke was because I set like this 45-pound Hispano Olivetti on it. And it's a gorgeous machine, but it just ripped it apart. So what do I do? So the answer is, if you can see, I've got a monster Lazy Susan under it. It's like a 12-inch Lazy Susan. I think it's rated for I don't know, 4 million pounds or something.
Those are for doll. I've got one of those for a doll, for my dollhouse to go on.
Right,
A
right.
turntable for a dollhouse. Yeah.
So I just gave it a bit of lube with the balm that I make, and I think it's going to do fine. It seems to be fine with the Chroma Calibri. I guess I could try the Hispano here.
Is there aloe in your balm?
No,
no.
There's what's in my balm?
Is it coconut or?
Well, that's a trade secret. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that you can't tell. Yeah,
It's like my balm is real beeswax and coconut oil.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Sounds like a typing prompt.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, what's in your balm?
I started making my own balm a handful of years ago because I need it. And it's hard to get real heavy stuff that sticks to my face when I'm on the road. So I put in these great little containers. These are the same containers I sell my ribbon in, you know. I think they're usually used for chewing tobacco and or marijuana, because when I bought them, they said, "What's your marijuana resale license?" And I said, "That's dumb. I work for the government. Don't talk to me like that." So I think these little cases.
Put your hands behind your back.
Wow, exactly. If you say that to someone and they turn around and put their hands behind their back, like, you know that they know. And I've never said that to anyone, but I've seen a lot of people say it to people. So
Let me put some balm on first.
Yeah, it's really good stuff, and it's really heavy. And I kind of kept hoping I could find a young marketing person, somebody out of college who'd be interested in taking it on as a project, because stuff like balm or whatever, it's all marketing, you know. But anyways, this is a Hispano Olivetti. Yeah, maybe it's like 55 pounds. You guys see this beauty?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a Spanish keyboard.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really big and heavy and pretty. Yeah, I can really feel it on the cover now. So I'm excited to get this thing going again. It needs a few things.
Nice paint.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think there's a ding in the paint.
It looks kind of like a Royal in its sort of design in some ways.
You're right. Only it's got to be a good 8 pounds heavier. This thing is so heavy, so big. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to play with it. You know, platen needs to be redone. Vibrators out of whack. General service. I won't have to wet clean it. I can tell somebody really polished it up to sell it, but as usual, they didn't know how all the guts work. And anywho, this is a customer's unit, so we'll get it going like we do. And the space bar is way too low and all sorts of fun things. So I'm excited. But yeah, this sucker's, it's got to be the heaviest typewriter I've ever typed on. I should bring my bathroom scale out, see if I can weigh it. I'm sure it's almost 50 pounds. So Pretty exciting stuff. So we've been busy doing a lot of repair. I know I've got a ton of done stuff. I've
It
been.
says 40 on the front, doesn't it?
Say what?
It says 40 on the front. Maybe that's how many pounds it weighs.
Yeah, M40. HO, Hispano. Well,
Bob, have you been riding your motorcycle any?
Oh yeah. I haven't taken. I mean, I ride my motorcycle every day. I ride it to work, and if I have to do pickup and delivery, it's usually easier on a motorcycle with a typewriter, and that's kind of my lot in life. I mean, I have a motorcycle, and then I have a truck with a nice V6 and F-150, and I've got my Excursion with a big V8. So the price of gas and whatnot is pretty hard to deal with. So somebody absolutely needs me to pick up their machine if it's just one machine and it's within the city. But that's hard to say because Riverside is 27 neighborhoods. We're huge. I mean, I think when you're on the freeway, it says Riverside next 17 exits or something. I mean, it's gigantic, So
do you put the typewriters in your saddlebags when you?
No. I have a box in the back with a bunch of the foam. The heavy polypropylene foam, same stuff I use in my trailer. And I work really hard to try to understand what kind of typewriter it is I'm picking up. Sometimes the customers, they don't know how to describe it. So does it plug in? That's usually the first part. What color is it? Does it have a name on it? Is it in a case? We got to go through all that because people just don't know. I mean, people know cars. Anybody can tell you that's a small compact. I think it's a Prius. So, maybe it's a Nissan Leaf, but it's still a small electric car of some type. But yeah, when it comes to typewriters, people just don't know. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun figuring that out. I did get a chance to sit down with my partner in LA, Aaron. We recorded a good audio on how we do business and what we're doing for business lately, how we figured out how to make the business work. Because I've said it before, like Aaron's big specialty is selling typewriters and matching people up with their typewriters. And every time I go to sell typewriters, my secretary reminds me I'm losing money left and right. If I repair machines, I'm fine. But if I sell machines, I'm just losing a ton of money. But I still end up selling machines. It's not a ton of money, but it's enough money where you have to look at it and understand that it's not good business.
Maybe you can sell the machines that people bring in that you're supposed to repair.
Oh, that's a good idea. Just move those machines. Well, and that's a funny thing these days. I don't think I've bought a machine in over a year. People just donate them to me.
Yeah.
Well, even with people donating machines to me, going, here, do me a favor, find this a good home. And some people trade them in, and that's fine. I haven't gotten very good at that. As far as like Mesa Typewriter Exchange, they're all about exchange. So I'm fortunate enough to have Bill on the phone there, and I can give him a call and say, how does this exchange business really work? Does it work? The answer is today it doesn't work at all. And that's hard for the customer to hear. The customer, if they've got a machine that'll sell for $400, they want $200 on it and trade in. I can't do that. There's no reason for me to do that because there's no money in it. So I think that's hard because if it was a car, you'd get $350 because everybody sells cars. Everybody needs cars. I've had a lot of people say, hey, can you sell my typewriter for me? Well, I can, but I might have it for a year or two. So what do you do?
I love that Olivetti, by the way. Is that a 30s?
Yeah, I haven't. I just checked it in last night, and then it broke my turntable, and so I had to set it to the side for a minute. Yeah.
Is that from the 1930s? Is that a 1930s typewriter? I think it's beautiful. I've never seen an Olivetti like that. I mean, whatever. Maybe they're popular or whatever, but I never saw one. I just think that's so cool.
Well, and it's got the Spanish keyboard. It's got the Spanish keyboard, right? Hispano Olivetti.
It's still QWERTY though.
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to have that thing.
Just got the tilde. It's got the squiggle on top of the N. Although I don't see an upside down question mark. I see the sad face. I'm gonna have to. Oh yeah, the upside down question mark's on the 8. Oh, I could. Sorry, I'm not a very good cameraman. Thank God we got people like Joe, but you can see that keyboard. Yeah, it's definitely an older style. I'll have to look it all up. And it's It's basically a Spanish keyboard put out by the Italians. How it got over here, I don't know. Because like I said, it weighs almost 50 pounds. It's
Nice decimal tabulator too.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's working right now, so I got to figure that out. But you know, all the fun things. I really am blessed in business and blessed in repair, and I've just kind of learned that repair is where I have fun, but I really have to sell the machines to really enjoy it. And I think I've really learned too. We've been having a lot of fun figuring out what the customer base here is locally, who the customers are. About 1 in 3 customers are much older people, you know, who have typewriters and want to get them going. So that's fun. But the other 2/3 are young and female. So I feel like I'm hanging out with my daughter and her friends all the time. So I've had to really embrace that. There's been several pictures taken of me where I'm in a crowd of people in front of my trailer, and I'm just surrounded by young college women. And I'm like, well, I really can't post these, just that, you know. So I haven't posted those yet. So I'm coming to grips with the fact that it's just anytime I take typewriters out and say, everybody please play with my typewriters, which is a win-win for me. It means I don't have to type on that machine that week. You know, people think like, oh, isn't this guy nice for letting us play with his typewriter? It's the other way around. Thank you for typing on my typewriter so I don't have to that week, right? So, because
Do you
I
have
really
a typewriter underground close to you that can help you with moving delivering typewriters?
Oh yeah, I've got a staff. I've got 5 people who work for me. So yeah.
And then online, you know, there's an underground group on Facebook. There's a typewriter underground that they started.
Oh yeah.
So if you've used, I didn't know if there's anybody close to you though, out of that group that could help move them too.
I wasn't talking about buying and selling. I was just talking about customer repairs. You know, I offer a pickup and delivery service.
Yeah, well, you were saying that it's not that great to sell them because of the difficulties with that, but I thought if people could help move them, like for instance, if you had a typewriter that I got to see right here, one of us did, that we'd like, wow, I'd love to have that, but I know that's your customer, but I'd love to figure out a way to get that typewriter myself.
Oh yeah, I don't ship typewriters.
Yeah, exactly. So you'd have if you had somebody in the typewriter underground, they might help deliver it or something.
There you go. Yeah, that's true. No, I am part of the Typewriter Underground. I know Care really turned me on to it. I think it's a wonderful organization. I've never gotten to move typewriters for people, but I suspect in the future there'll be, you know, there might be a lot more of it. I don't like to ship typewriters, and I've kind of learned I don't have to. I just, you know, take them out and eventually people buy them. Sometimes I sell out. Sometimes I come home with a ton of machines. You never know. Right now, I've got to go out not next week, but the week after. So my worker and I will be busy going through the machines that I do have, that I own, that I can resell, and that way we can offer those to the public. You know, so it's a ton of fun, because right now I've just got a ton of, I think I've got 6 or 8 standards for sale and like no portables. So,
are you going to the Rose Bowl flea market thing?
I actually just stopped. They started, they went from $10 to get in to $15, and you can only pay online. And then there was a service charge on top of that. It was like buying a concert ticket. So a lot of my customers complained about that. A lot of people complained. And last time I was there, the attendance was very far down. People are very frustrated with this. I suspect maybe 6 months it'll all get figured out. And I called them on it. Hey guys, I think this is a problem. And they just kind of said, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You can F off. So that turned me off as well. So I just went, oh, okay, well, I won't be doing business at the Rose Bowl. And that's the hard part. You sign a contract with them for X amount of months, and then they broke the contract. So I had my lawyer look at it all, because it's not a light thing. You know, I'm paying $200 plus dollars for the space every time I'm there. So it's not a, $50 space at a craft fair, right? So
yeah.
So it's fine. The numbers there were okay, but I had set up in LA like that, so customers that I had in LA could come and find me, check out my machines, etc. And it wasn't bad. It was really hard on my customers. So So I just set it all up now. I went back to, if you're in LA and you need my services, drop them off at Typewriter Connection in downtown, the downtown LA Art District, and I'll get them that way. And I still get, Aaron was here yesterday and I got a handful of machines from him, and then he picked up a handful of machines. So, we're moving machines. Yeah, it's nice to offer that service to people. It takes 2 months, sometimes 3 months, for people to get their machines back, depending if it needs a platen job and I got to ship it off, but I think it's a good system that works for the area. So I'm excited about that.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, thanks for asking. No, I'm having a good time, and I'm still looking at that boutique spot next to Riverside Cookie Company and the Brockton Arcade. I might end up moving in there. The guy who manages it is very excited to have a typewriter place there, and he's really discounting me the space. So we're just working on leasing options right now. Anyways, it'd be fun to have a showroom and a typewriter shop all in the same place, because right now that's the hard thing, right? So a showroom is something completely different than a typewriter space. But boy, I sure do love selling someone their first typewriter, watching them get excited when they go through all the typewriters and pick them out, or just watching the public go through and play with all the typewriters, reminding them that they're a viable option for writing, right? So
yeah,
I love what I do. Lucky me.
Yes.
And you said that's going to be in the Brockton Arcade?
Yeah.
Very cool. I'll have it out.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, right next to Riverside Cookie Company. They've got 680 square feet, and the price isn't bad for the area, because a space opened up next to the old music store. It's now a barber shop. And I know Mike. It was Music Mike's, and I was his tenant for many years when I had the shop there. And so I talked to him, and he's charging 40% more than the Brockton Arcade is. So, well, okay. And it's nice, but Pepito's is open. They're trying to sell the tire shop right now, that whole kind of block corner. And I apologize to everyone else. Greg and I are talking in Riverside code right now. But Larry Kuma, Frank's son, Frank's trying to sell the tire shop. Great tire shop. It's been my tire shop my whole time I've had tires here in town. And the old restaurant is so it's an okay place, but and it's right across the street from Maid, so it'd be a great place. But no, I think the Brockton Arcade's going to be. It's a great arcade. That's where Riverside Typewriter used to be. So people are used to there being a typewriter shop in this cluster of small businesses that are all hooked together. And being across the street from the coffee court there would be fun. And Elliot's for pets, the old skiing sport. Anywho, so we'll have a look-see. It's just money. It just comes down to money. And I don't mind losing a little bit of money, but thank God I've got someone who tells me what the numbers are, because I just don't see myself sitting down for an hour a week. And so, I've got my secretarial, my assistant, and she'll sit down for a week and run the numbers and tell me if I'm losing or making money. So, it turns it into the business, right? But I'm very fortunate. I'm repairing a handful of machines a week. And then I'm moving another handful, for sales. So, we're having a good, even in a place like Riverside, you can move a handful of machines a week without, having to sell them online on the ship. I really feel for people who sell online and ship, my hat's off to them. I have a lot of admiration for them. I'm jealous that they get to kind of live in the middle of nowhere. I might do that someday. So
yeah.
but for now, people are finding me, and I meet them at the showroom, or if they're friends of friends, I don't mind meeting them on my porch. A lot of the writing groups. It was great to see that Braille machine. We've got here in Riverside, we've got a very large deaf community, but in concurrence to that, we do have a blind community. And I had talked to them a few weeks ago, and they have a few machines that they're interested in getting repaired. So they're just figuring that out. How do we get because you can't buy them anymore. They're not made anymore.
Yeah.
So it's not uncommon for, excuse me. It's not uncommon for a person who's hard of sight, to have a Braille machine.
Yeah.
Which is fun. You see young people tapping on them all the time. And I've got one I've got to get going and sell. I almost have guilt having it here, because there's no reason for me to have it. I need to to sell it. And I had gotten it kind of as a fluke in a package deal, like, oh, here, take this Braille machine too.
Yeah.
And there's not much to them, and it doesn't need much. So I need to get them going, but it would be fun to fix those for, for the sight impaired community. So
yeah, definitely. Definitely. Very cool.
Anyways, thanks for letting me share. Good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Good to see you too, Bob.
Thank you.
All right. Neil, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good. I had a chance to clear off my desk the last hour or so. I get to listen, learn, and got my desk organized all at the same time. So I feel like I'm productive here.
Yeah.
Before I want a typewriter I want to show you, but before I do that, can I, at some point a while back, someone mentioned, I believe they mentioned, where I could share a typewriter manual. We were talking at the time about this Typestar 7.
Oh yes,
manual.
yes.
And I've scanned it to a PDF, and Brian wanted a copy, so I'm going to give him a copy definitely. But was there someplace else?
Richard Polt. You want to send a copy to Richard Polt.
Do you spell the last name?
P-O-L-T.
Polt.
Yes.
And he's part of this group?
He's been on here before, but he has his own like typewriter site, and he has a lot of the typewriter manuals on there. So that's
okay.
It's the classic typewriter page, I think.
Yes. Thank you, Diane.
Yeah, you can Google Polt typewriter manuals, and you'll find that page.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Ted.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Ted, would it be helpful for him to send it to you as well, or?
If he sends it to Richard, then I'll get a copy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Anything he gets, I get. So.
Okay.
Anything
Excellent.
I get, he gets. So.
Very cool. Very cool. Excellent.
Cool. Last week, I think it was last week or week before, I mentioned that I had purchased a Voss. Finally, I found one, and apprehensive about what it looked. They always look good in the photos, but when you get them, you're never sure, and then the risk of shipping damage. But it arrived. The only thing that I can find, oh, it's a heavy devil. You'll notice the left paper bail, the rubber's missing. Other than that, this machine it's really in beautiful condition. It's just, I've never been happier with a
great
machine.
color. Almost
Yeah.
like the green, the best. Like it's a great color for a typewriter.
Yeah.
Black or green. Oh, lovely.
That's great. That's a great feeling.
I think it's by far the best one that I paid dearly for it, but I don't care.
They're worth it. Totally worth it.
It would be nice to fix that, right? The rubber on that, but I mean, some heat shrink from Lowe's would make it look right, and a couple layers of heat shrink could probably be the right thickness. And
I'll definitely get it
Just put some duct tape around it.
I've got another order.
That's what I would do, actually, Brenda.
Yeah, I'll send
Or
it.
send it to JJ Short and they'll fix it like it ought
It's a
to be.
heavy machine.
I don't
So
know
I
if
really
the,
enjoyed
I don't know
the,
if you can take the bail apart easy enough, with a
video,
couple
Joe,
screws.
It's
where
funny. Your video froze with you holding the typewriter up in the air, and that's kind of funny.
Oh,
look, he's gonna get aggressive with it.
Yeah.
How's it do
That's
That's
hard
how
on the
I
arm.
feel about typewriters. I'm like, yay! Throw them up in the air and shake them.
How about some automotive fuel line?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's rubber anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
used that
go. He's
before.
back.
There you go. Hey, Neil.
Yeah, I've been having some connectivity issues, but anyway, I really enjoyed the video and Kevin sharing his Voss. I learned a lot from that video, and I don't know what it is about the the coating that's on when you turn the machine upside down, all of the hardware mechanisms, everything, you guys described it kind of like a anodized coating or a blue. It's just, there's not a speck of rust on this machine. So whatever they did, it is amazing.
It is. It is. And I see that similar coating on this old 1930 Underwood portable. A lot of the mechanical parts are that black kind of finish to them underneath.
Yeah.
How close is that to gun blowing?
I don't know. It looks similar, but yet it's more of a blackish color. Whatever it is, it really did what it was supposed to do. It protected those pieces.
Yeah. I noticed that my 1956 Torpedo 18 has that, but I used to have a 1961 Torpedo and it did not have that. So it's a nice add when they put those on machines.
Shows up.
Oh yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's amazing. I'm just thrilled with the machine. Really.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is it's according to what I found on the typewriter database, obviously, was that it's a 1956 machine. And what's really interesting to me anyway is that it was shipped to the distributor, which is in Detroit, Michigan, which is about 20 miles from where I was born and grew up. And it was purchased by this woman from Hibbing, Minnesota, which I found out since is the home of Bob Dylan, or at least he lived there for a while. But it was purchased 13 days after I was born on August 18th, 1957.
Wow.
And the woman who purchased it, the full price, if you can see this, was $116. That was a lot of money back in 57, and she paid in balance off in monthly installments.
Wow.
Wow. That's very cool to have.
Oh,
I love their logo.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's always neat to find that stuff in there. And it came with the original two Voss brushes. And
the equivalent to that would be over $1,000 today.
Wow. It's got a little shining cloth that came with it.
Cool.
wow.
Dusting cloth, yeah.
Bling, Voss bling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my big excitement. I was really thrilled to get that. And like I say, the only thing, the space bar needs a little adjustment, which is no big deal. And like any other typewriter I purchased, it's got a few cat hairs in it, but I don't know what there is about cats and typewriters, but it sure is
they move.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is the rollers underneath are very pliable yet. So those are good. Obviously, I got to get the top two paper bale rollers. But has anybody ever pulled the platen out of one of these?
Not yet.
Not me.
I'd love to touch one of those.
I'm sure I have. What is it again? I'm sorry. It's the Voss. Yeah. What's the question? Have you ever pulled the platen out? Because this one's really hard as a stone. I need to get it redone Oh, sure. Yeah. No, they're a little funky, but once you get them, I've probably done a few dozen Vosses. So yeah, it can be done. Might be doable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, the trick to any of those, you've got the jam nuts, you've got the set screws that are in the rod that travels through there. Don't be afraid to hit them with a little oil, let them penetrate, and then try to tighten them. Just give it some pressure and then loosen it, and that'll usually crack them without issue. You know, it just comes down to age. But once you get it cracked open, then you can take them out and take your time with it. Interesting. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. No, I think it's very doable, very, very tangible. And ship it off to JJ. They'll cover it new rubber for you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Enjoy. Thank you.
It would definitely be worth it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
yeah, it's I'm very happy with it. So
Yeah, that's a great find. Congratulations.
And as far as JJ Short goes, I think you'll find in the general typewriter community, as people start getting more familiar with that name, when you start advertising a typewriter with a JJ Short renewed platen, it's going to automatically add significant value to the machine.
I would think so, yeah.
I found that in the limited
At least $100.
business that I've sent them, I've found that they're very good at, especially if you have. I ended up at one point last year sending 5 Smith Corona platens in all at once, so they gave me an incredible discount by doing 5 at a time. So, but I think when you get into rollers and itty bitty stuff, it's probably like a gonna be different. So we'll see.
As Peter Short was telling me, half the price of doing a platen is the setup of the machinery to do it.
Yeah,
is the time involved. So if you send a batch of 4 or 5, to do one setup and do a production run.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Excellent.
Other than that, just summer has arrived in the Florida Keys, and it's getting warm and humid. So
yeah,
we move in toward air conditioning. So
yeah.
We were just down in Indian Rocks Beach. Are you familiar with where that's at?
Indian Rock?
Indian Rocks Beach. Yeah.
No, actually.
It's over down from Clearwater.
Oh no, I'm
Tampa.
down. I'm all the way down in the Florida Keys.
In the Keys.
So I'm south of Florida.
Yeah.
The last 100 miles of bridges, all the way to the very end.
We were there last year. It's very nice.
Yeah.
I was in Clearwater last weekend.
Oh yeah.
Are those the bridges that got blown up in True Lies?
Yes, correct. Those are the bridges, yeah.
Florida's got to be hard. Florida's like California. It's so big. You may not even know what town they're talking about in your own darn state. You know, California's the same way. I know once I rode across the panhandle of Florida there, and I thought, oh, no big deal. It's only Florida. Well, 9 hours later, I don't know, it was 800 miles or something crazy like that. I did it all in one night, but oh my gosh, it was a lot longer than it looked on a map. So
yeah, the first time I drove to the Florida Keys from Michigan, we drove all the way from north of Detroit all the way to Atlanta the first night, and the next morning got up and drove.
Boy, that's a long haul.
From Atlanta on down to Florida. I said, welcome to Florida. I thought, oh, well, we're in the Keys anytime. Well, I think somewhere I read that the Atlantic coastline of the state of Florida, so that's basically up from Jacksonville all the way down to Key West, is something like 1/3 of the entire Atlantic coastline of the United States in distance. It's huge. So when the signs welcome Florida, you got you can
yeah,
long state.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for being here, Neil, and it's so good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did anyone have a typing prompt or any questions or comments? No? Okay. Well, actually, I think there were some messages in the chat. Let me. Here we go. Oh, actually, I see Ken there. So let's say hi to Ken. How are you, Ken?
Oh, doing well. I just came for the chat to get the, they were talking about some links on Kontiki, or I don't know.
Oh.
Get them on YouTube. So I thought, I better get the links anyway, get up there. But yeah, not much going on. I'm going to send in a few platens, I think. I narrowed it down to 3 until I saw Joe Van Cleve again with his Underwood 4-row, and I'm thinking, oh man, okay, now it's 4. The Latera and the Hermes rocket and the 3000, and then that faux wood looking Underwood 4-row, because he's on that table and it's like, oh man, that looks neat. That's so.
Yeah, this one needs a new platen for sure. I'll eventually send this one in.
Yeah, you've got the ribbon covers on there. That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Even if you're A&M, that wouldn't be too bad, even the UT thing, but yeah, mine didn't come with them, and I saw one online, and fortunately the guy said, they didn't actually come with them on that model in the earlier version.
Oh.
They're just exposed, but they do look good, and that was my first. You never forget your first typewriter, so I'm gonna yank that platen. Is that a hard platen to pull out, or?
I've never pulled it out, but there's a couple set screws on the right-hand knob, and there's one on the left, and so I don't really know. I'll have to figure it out.
Make a video of it.
Yeah.
What's that, Diane?
Make a video.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'll have to do that.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen,
So one video turns into 5.
Yes, exactly.
I was wondering if these people that watch on YouTube, are they cowards? Is that why they don't come on here?
Oh,
shy.
Here, so
Some people are shy.
I'm just putting it out there, trying to challenge them to, hey, find us. You gotta ask somebody how to get on Zoom. Please get on here. It's so cool to talk to people and see them.
You don't have to worry
they
about the
show
glare
stuff.
with hair.
Oh, they're not a bunch of show-offs like we are.
Right.
There you go.
I'm not a show-off. I take offense to that.
A guitar on a typewriter
on your
club
car.
Yes, but however they want to participate is fine. If they just want to watch on YouTube, that's fine. That's one reason I stream it on there.
Yeah, and they watch it like a podcast or a video cast.
Yeah.
I have had times.
To enjoy it.
Hey, Larry, I can tell you personally, I've had times where I was not fit to be a participant discussing with others. I was just not in the right mood or place, but I would follow along for a little bit and watch, on YouTube for a while, just to kind of check in with what was happening with everybody. So I can understand how some people might,
cool.
watch.
And they might not be dressed, they might have, it just woke up and they're laying in bed. Look, you never know. I mean,
maybe we should have a pajama party one of these mornings.
We do on Saturday night.
People feel more welcome. Yeah.
Some people might not speak English very well. We've got a lot of international fans, and they might be shy about speaking.
That's true.
There's all kinds of reasons, but the fact is that they're here watching, they're fans. That's all.
Yes.
And I wasn't trying to give anybody a hard time, but I was trying to bring up the subject because this way they might see, gee, these are nice people. They don't care. This, I hope more people come on here. I think it's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, we are a little judgy about certain typewriters.
Yeah, we are.
It could be also with some people, it could be a technological limit or a knowledge limit. Like maybe they don't know that they can install the Zoom app on their phone and get a little holder for their phone and use it with a headphone and a microphone. Maybe they don't know that they can do that.
Yeah.
They might be in China and they're not supposed to be here, so they don't want to get caught.
Hey, Bill, you said you were into mechanical pencils. You
Yes.
got one of these yet?
No. What is that?
This is a Lamy 2000 mechanical pencil.
Oh, that's nice looking. I like it.
I didn't know they had one until I started buying from the store in DC, and it's like I got one of their I started getting their catalogs, and I'm just like, I never knew,
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool looking.
They have a ballpoint as well, and I already had the fountain pen, and I thought, well, it's these look pretty cool.
Nice.
That's how it happens.
Yeah,
it is.
One more thing to think about buying now.
Yeah.
May, can I ask May a question?
Of course.
Sure.
I've been missing the last couple of them, and I saw your song. I thought it was really awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have it like on the internet somewhere besides on here?
Not yet, but I will. I've shared just the practice session, just trying to work out the songs.
This is a different
You got
song than the.
Yeah, you got the rough draft, and so yeah, a different typewriter song. So if you go to last week's at the very, very end, I think the last maybe 20 minutes.
It's also in the podcast.
Oh, you put me in the podcast. Nice.
Course.
All right. Has it already been published?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I need to listen. Thank you.
What's that?
I say it's a great story, and I can mix it for you if you want. If you want to put something on it, you'd have to email me.
Ideally, I would love to sound better than I normally do, but I don't have the kind of equipment. I have just a regular computer. And
all I need is an MP3. I can convert it to a wave and use it.
And then mix the sound and stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Put some typewriter percussion in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my vision, is like typewriter percussion.
I'm not sure where you have my information. Is it on?
It's on TypePals. Yeah.
TypePals, my email address.
Yeah.
Okay, you could send it there.
Yeah. I can send you a message at least.
Yeah. Let me know. Yeah. I'll
exchange contact. Yeah.
I don't know if you can
Great.
string guitar strings across a typewriter platen and use the type slugs as a musical instrument, right?
Type-a-tar.
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 Type-a-tar. I like it. Don't give it to Larry though; he'll scratch it all up.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, so by the way, I was just giving kudos to May. I don't know how many of you have checked in on her blog, but she did a post about dog sitting. Was it your sister's?
Yeah, my
dog?
sister. Yes. I'm the favorite dog sitter.
Yeah. So anytime you can combine, typewriters and dogs, I'm like all in. So it's like one of my favorite blog posts ever.
You.
So if you guys haven't checked her blog out in a while, you should.
What is the name of your blog?
Arkansas Typewriter.
Okay.
Arkansas Typewriter .blogspot.com.
Are you on the blog roll?
Yes, I am
okay.
on the Pulse blog roll. Yeah.
Good.
Arkansas Typewriter.blogspot.com. And I'm kind of sporadic. I post maybe once a month. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to be a better typosterian, loyal typewriter.
Well,
user.
but you were noting
it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're noting like you added that. I think you added that post in later, so it didn't actually show up on the blog roll or something.
One of the things I've been doing is going through my old typewritings that I didn't do anything with and scanning them and posting to my blog, but backdated to when I actually typed them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of older stuff that I keep adding that doesn't show up as high up on the blog roll because it's got a older date. Eventually, I'd like to put all of my typewriters on that blog. I'm just a little bit lazy about things like that. So I gotta get better.
I had a buddy, Mike, locally. He had a band called Arkansas Toothpick.
That's cool.
It was a really cool band. I'm not gonna lie. I think it means something totally different, but Arkansas Typewriter is a great name. Good for you.
Yeah.
If I ever start a business, that will be the name.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember that name from something. Was that a firearm or something? What was an Arkansas toothpick? I forget.
Yeah,
that's a knife. That's right. It's a dagger.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it great band, great concept, great. They did like ska music. Yeah, it was my friend Beulah's husband, Mikey. Unfortunately, he passed away in an accident a few years ago, but we're all 40 something, so tragedies like that are really hard on us, but it was a really great band. Yeah, Arkansas Toothpick. What a great
we don't mind dying when we get up in our 60s.
Oh.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just turned the corner, Larry. That's
I
not
had to
set
be a
things up
little,
here.
you know, if
getting kind of
I was in my
macabre.
40s, I'd remember the name of the word.
I was thinking Arkansas toothpick. Larry might have drugged one across the hood of his Honda by now. I don't know.
Yeah.
And see, another thing is your leg cramps when you get older too. What the heck? Stand up. Wow.
Bill,
Yes.
you were talking about your mechanical pencils and sketching with them, and
Yes.
the different hardnesses of lead. Reminds me of a little poem.
Uh-oh. I'm ready.
Said Hamlet to Ophelia, I will draw a sketch of thee. What kind of pencil should I use? To be or not to be?
Yes.
Nice. Excellent. I actually want to ask Ted what he's been typing as he takes a drink.
I have been typewriting.
Excellent.
It's just I'm just writing snippets of things that people have said, and
okay.
I am typing for the pure joy of hitting the keys.
Yes.
Best reason.
Very cool.
I can relate.
All right. Hey, Ken, was there anything else new with you?
Well, actually, I had this weird connection on Strava. Are any of you on Strava? It's like a running.
I think Curry is. I think.
Well, it's you can go see where people ride, and flybys. So if you're doing a 27-mile ride and you pass somebody else's on Strava, it'll actually tell you who they are. Range rides and all that. And I thought, that I saw one in Arizona, and the first thing is like, wow, I wonder if they could stop by Joe's place and if he has any typewriters. That's another avenue, of transporting without mailing. If you need.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about. Does everybody else know or something? What's Strava? What did you?
Larry, you do this.
Yeah.
Just nod your head.
No, you ask questions so you find out things. This is wisdom you get when you get older.
Well, I'm hoping it would be explained after I nodded my head like I know what's going on.
You do one of those etiquette things. Oh, yeah.
No, just not admitting that I don't know anything.
Oh, well, I never learned that either. I just somehow, I don't know, but I made it to this age, so I guess it's okay.
Yes.
Ken, did you want to explain it?
Oh, it's just an app you can download, Strava. They've got a free app, or you can buy different levels for subscription, but it's mainly an accountability for people like me that don't always ride, because you have other people following you. Other people ride that have the Strava app on. You put it on your phone, and you can tell you how many miles you went, what your average speed was. You can set goals, and so if you do a flyby, if you see somebody out on a road on a bike and they have Strava too, it'll tell you, who they are. And then if they have rides, then you can kind of join those for whatever. And you get kudos, they'll give you give each other kudos. So it's like a big accountability. If you haven't been on there for a while, they'll give you a hard time. And all that.
Is it that orange one?
Yeah, the little orange one. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
For swimming, running, kind of like triathlon for younger people, but some of us old people do it too. So
Bill is nodding.
Is what?
Bill is nodding.
Yeah.
my bicycle has one speed, and I ride it to the pub occasionally.
And walk it home.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, if no one else has any typing prompts or questions or comments, I think we will end here. We're just shy of 4 hours.
Love typewriters.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Does anybody want to go over to the 24/7 one? I mean, I'm not gonna stay up 24/7, but or is everybody done? Just curious. Anybody want to go over there?
My wife's playing in her concert orchestra tonight, so I'm going from here to there.
Okay.
That's cool.
Excellent.
What could you run through the details of the 24/7 ideal area? I saw your post on it, but
if you're a member of Type Pals, you can go on the gosh, what's it called again?
Events.
The type and talk.
Type and talk. Yeah.
And it has our password on there that you go in under there, and so you can go in
And
under
it's
that.
open 24/7.
Yeah, and you can go on 24/7, but I've gone on there 24/7 many times and there was nobody there. But I've gone on there a few times and got people on there, and it was cool that you get to still talk. So I thought this might be a good time for some people. I don't know. I'm just
So,
hanging out right now. So
you actually it's a interesting topic, because I think it was Eric Mondor that I was writing with that had mentioned possibly using the type and talk like earlier in the evening for people on the East Coast. And so I guess what I'm curious, just to expand on Larry's question, like I wouldn't be able to join today, but like for somebody that was wanting to set up an impromptu meeting outside of the Saturday night 8 to 11 Pacific time, is there a place that's appropriate on the Type Pals website? Would it just be the forum, or would there be some place where somebody could say, hey, I'm up for a meeting from such and such hours on, Thursday night or Friday night or Saturday night, whatever.
Regular thing.
The forum would be a great place to post that. Or I know you
Typewriter Tuesdays.
You don't do Facebook, but if you have people's emails, you could email them. But otherwise, definitely, use the contact feature on Type Pals.
Have your message.
Yeah, I'd probably just post a forum thing and say, hey, does anybody want to do Typewriter Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific, and just see who joins. Because you're right, sometimes the hours, Saturday nights, sometimes it's too late, and I spend time with my boyfriend.
I think it's genius, and as everything else cool that Greg does, I remember mentioning this to him like a year ago. I text him and I'm like, we should go 24/7 because I'm in my garage all by myself, and it would be nice to hang out with other typewriters. And Gregory said, that's a lot, Bob. Like, I don't know if we can, but here it is a year later.
Here it is.
Technology.
Well, and I have to give a huge shout out to Carlos, because he's the one that actually made it happen. There's a little checkbox where you can make it happen, and I didn't know about that checkbox, and he said, oh, you can just check this box and people can log on even if you're not hosting it. I was like, oh.
So do you go on 8 o'clock Western time? Is that because I think it's at 11 o'clock our time, so it's 8 o'clock your time when you go on there on Saturday night?
Well, now it's 24/7. Originally,
originally,
but the regular meeting time,
the regular meeting time. So if you put on there 8 o'clock Eastern or Western time, when a lot of people, like that's a suggested time or whatever, or a lot of people get on, but you can get on any time. By 8 o'clock Eastern or Western, then some of us might even end up carrying, like I end up staying over to past my bedtime, but I'd have to be off by 11. But
I think I actually got a notification that you had joined the meeting at like 4 o'clock my time. So that would have been like 7 o'clock your time, I think.
Yeah, 3 hours difference. Yeah, I just thought I'd keep trying it because I don't know what anybody else wants to do, and then if I put it on Facebook, people tend to not see it. It looks like, so I even went live on there once. It's like, hey, I'm out here. I think I did get somebody that time, but anyway,
I think keeping a regular time and just posting it in the forum, and that way, because random stuff is really hard for people to, for one, see it.
Right.
So, but if you keep a regular schedule, kind of like Type and Talk, and just a time that's more convenient for you, and just say, hey, I'm going to be in the chat room this time, and then it can be a regular thing, just like a
We should
regular.
do a Friday morning business club where we try to take over the government with typewriters. We do that every Friday morning, and that was original. That was
This
Gregory's
machine
original.
kills fastest.
Right. that was Gregory's original concern. He's like, how am I supposed to be on there 24/7? Like,
Right.
don't host it. Just let us run amok. And he's like, you want me to let you run amok? Gregory's very smart in this regard. I'm like, no, not me. Let everybody run amok. No, this is great. I'd love to try this feature out. I'm going to be here a few more hours. So yeah, I'm gonna jump on it. I'll jump on the 24/7.
Yeah. Excellent.
All right.
Well, I do want to mention that part of the
Thanks for hosting it, Greg.
Oh, of course. I do want to mention that part of the limitation is, so obviously it's limited to members for various security reasons. We don't want a bunch of spammers in there. Yeah. So automatically that's going to limit it to 180 people. That would be possible. But then, how many of those 180 members are even interested in going on Zoom? So that narrows it even more. And then you have, people in different time zones, that narrows it even more. And so the audience is actually very small. So it's hard to get enough people in there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it's a good idea to have it open 24/7 and leave it up to the members to kind of coordinate and be able to
Can we moderate? Like, what if some weirdo spammer or somebody comes in there? Can we kick them out? Or
Billy, you're gonna kick me out again?
You'd have to assign administrative
oh, get out of here. No.
permissions or something like that. It might be a good idea to assign some regular members that the ability to kick out anybody that. But then again, like you said, only the people that have access to that link have already signed up on TypePal, so we know who you are.
Yeah,
we can find you.
I'm gonna go knock on Gregory's door and be like, "Shut this down, Gregory."
If there was ever a problem, you could just email Gregory. Maybe he would, he'd say, "Okay."
Kick some butt.
I'm constantly checking my phone actually because I'm expecting to get updates about my dad, and so even at work, like when I'm on desk, if I feel my phone vibrate, I check my phone. I have to. So if something did come up, then I could get on there reasonably quickly. But I'm not concerned so much when it's limited to members. I'm tempted to try opening it just for everyone, but I know that ultimately that would fail.
Probably not a good idea.
Oh, I think you at least need to have email addresses and that sort of. We don't need random strangers because that.
We don't need a bunch of people on there telling us that the brand new Royal typewriters are the best because
we are memory keepers, people. Yeah, no.
That's what we're worried about.
Me.
I'm glad you're not a member.
There we go. Sexy legs and typewriter.
Some light.
I can always pull my plug. I just pull my plug out of the wall now.
A little light reading.
What is it? It's covered up by Ted's information.
Oh, the bright light too.
Typewriters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what? There. How's that?
Oh, I like your tattooed wedding bands too. That's cool.
Who published this, Ted?
This is Paul Robert, who is the editor of Etc. Magazine.
Oh,
okay. And,
so he pulled a bunch of pictures of women and typewriter.
Yeah, and he did a study on erotica in typewriter advertising, and so.
They're very skilled typists, May.
There's a guy getting a little handsy.
They don't do that anymore for any advertising. I noticed you don't see women posing.
Well, it depends on what magazines you read.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of those.
Maybe not for typewriters, but there's plenty of sexy legs advertising lots of things these days.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
You can't look anywhere.
It sells.
It does.
People look.
You'd think
even
that
women
was a big
thing.
thing.
Especially to women. Yeah, they said it well. Especially to women.
Everywhere.
That's funny.
Maybe we should do a calendar.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
Live calendar.
Typewriter men.
We're not like being human anymore. I don't know.
I buy a calendar of you, Joe, on typewriters with your fedora.
I'm not so sure if you'd like it.
Shirtless
I don't think so.
Joe and a fedora.
Nothing but a fedora and a four-bag.
Fedora and a cigar.
Actually, that does make me think, though. We can have
Rocket Night on Typewriter Club.
No.
I don't want to see the little thought bubble above your head right now, Gregory.
No, I was thinking of a Type Pal's calendar. Interesting.
Oh, I'm in.
Huh?
I'm in. I don't mind being half naked with typewriters. I'm in.
No, we'll keep it clear.
Oh,
Shots.
that's no fun.
That is funny.
Thus ended the last Typewriter Club live ever.
That's right.
Oh.
Right. Bob half naked with typewriters.
No, I think our ratings just went up.
Yes.
No, I type naked all the time. I think it's
I'll
a very
show a little
healthy
more
habit.
leg. There you go, Gregory. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's through the roof. Wow, we're gonna get kicked off. There's too many people. You say 180 people is all we're allowed. Put your leg down.
We've truly never gone here before. Thank you, Ted.
This is what we call brainstorming, right?
Yes.
I live to serve.
Excellent.
Thanks, Ted.
Well,
Thank you, Gregory, for everything. For this whole club group, cult, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing. And I've enjoyed it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm headed over there, Bob, to the other side. So.
Larry, I might try to join in for a little bit.
I'll
Just
go pop
to
in
see
for a
I
little
can
bit.
even hop in.
I don't
so.
have an excuse of what I have to do next. Other than
We get there through the Type
I'm
Pal
going to be
site.
messing with typewriters anyway.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, log
Yeah.
in to Type Pals, go to the events page. You'll see the Type and Talk, and it does have its own separate login, so it's not the same as this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did it once long ago, and I can't even remember how it worked. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. It's been a blast, and thank you, Ted, for showing the book. Oh my goodness. All right. We'll see you next week, everybody.
Okay.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Bye, all.
Bye. Meet up in Type and Talk. Meet up in Type and Talk.